Hold them off for a minute, Nancy.
Well, there's people there.
I can't hear anybody.
I think we're muted on
You're
this.
muted.
Oh, okay, I'm good.
Can you all hear me? No, we're muted.
This is the Kentucky Public Service Commission. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm chairman of the commission, and seated here in the hearing room with me this morning to my right is Vice Chairman Robert Cicero. This hearing is being held by video conferencing, and Commissioner Talina Matthews is present, and acknowledge their presence here on the record. The purpose of the hearing today is to take evidence in case number 2018-0017, which is a continuation of the case involving the application of Martin County Water District for an alternative rate adjustment. On January 18th, 2018, to provide a little history, the Martin County Water District filed an application for a rate adjustment. At that time, the Public Service Commission was engaged in a 2016 case which undertook an investigation of the operational capacity and business practices of the water district. An order granting a rate increase was entered on November 5th, 2018, and the commission at that time ordered Martin District to advertise for operational management services for the purpose of hiring a professional manager to basically operate the district. On November 15th, 2019, the commission directed Martin District to enter into a management contract with Alliance Water Resources, Inc., and two surcharges were established in that order. One, a management infrastructure surcharge of $4.72 per meter, and another, a debt service surcharge of $2.63 per meter per month, that being for the purpose of paying a substantial amount of the long-term debt of Martin County Water District. That order provided that Alliance was able to draw from the debt service account when it became apparent, or if it became apparent, that Martin County Water District could not or would not make a complete payment on its monthly management fee. The order further specified that if Alliance had to or needed to withdraw funds from the account, that it would notify the commission. There have been instances where basically there's been either a misunderstanding, misinterpretation, or lack of review of the order, and as a result of that, plus the fact that we're trying to monitor the Martin County Water District going forward on probably a more detailed basis, this commission entered an order on June the 1st, 2020, establishing this hearing. This proceeding today is being conducted by video conferencing. It is on the record, and Ms. Candace Sackery, our reporter, will be making a log of the meeting, and of course a video will be available for all the parties. As indicated, this proceeding is being streamed live over the internet. At this time, would counsel for the parties, and there are, I think, two parties, one, Martin County Water District and the Martin County Concerned Citizens Organization. So would counsel for the Martin County Water District please identify himself and those individuals who are present at the hearing this morning.
Water District, and participating with us today are Jimmy Fair, our chairman, and John Hinckley, our vice chairman.
And thank you. And on behalf of Martin County Concerned Citizens? Ms. Comer, can you hear? Ms. Comer, we couldn't hear you. I'm not sure what the problem is.
You're muted?
That was the problem. I apologize. Good morning. This is Mary Cromer on behalf of Martin County Concerned Citizens. I have my client representatives watching on YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And on behalf of staff?
Nancy Vinsel, and also I have with me Ariel Miller, who's with our Financial Analysis Division.
Thank you. Now, as I understand it, the witnesses who are to ultimately testify to provide evidence in this case are the following. Ann Perkins, Craig Miller, Tony Sneed, Tim Garrity, John Hensley and Jimmy Don Kerr. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is the order, I think, that you intend to call the witnesses or question them?
Yes, it is. Mr. Kerr did let me know yesterday we may have a timing conflict. He has a work appointment and would need to leave the hearing by 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I think if it's acceptable to you, can we make a decision as we move into the hearing?
Oh, I think, sure. Yeah, I mean, if Mr. Kerr needs an accommodation and you're willing to, can do that, then there's no reason why he can't testify, you know, rather than miss his business meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, has notice of the hearing as required by the order been given?
Yes.
It has.
Okay, and it's filed in the record. All right, at this time, the meeting will be, or hearing will be open to public comment. Ms. Vinsel, as I understand it, you're controlling the phone or something. If any member of the public would like to come forward and make a statement on the record, you may call into the commission at this time. I guess, and that number is the one that's shown on the website, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So we'll wait a couple of minutes to see if anyone calls in.
Good morning. This is Nancy Vinsel with the Public Service Commission. Is there anyone on the line? Right now, there's no one on the line.
Well, apparently there is no interest in any member of the public making a comment. So we'll move on then to the presentation of evidence or questioning. And I think probably the best way to handle this is for Ms. Vinsel to ask questions first on behalf of the staff, followed by the commissioners and Ms. Cromer, and then Mr. Cumbo, you have an opportunity then to follow up with anything that you might want to ask later or to clarify anything, okay? All right, Ms. Vinsel, are you ready to call a witness?
Yes, I am. We will call Ann Perkins.
Okay, Ms. Perkins, would you raise your right hand, please? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vinsel, you may ask.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a commission exhibit. Ms. Warfield, can I ask you to display on the screen PSC Staff Exhibit 1? Thank you. And for those who are watching remotely, just to remind you, if you put your cursor on the right side of the screen, there will be buttons that come up that will allow you to resize your view so you can minimize or maximize. This exhibit was prepared by Ms. Miller, and this is a reflection of the rate increase that Martin County Water District, and I'm going to call it Martin County just to shorten it. The first column show the amounts that Martin County requested. The middle column reflects the amounts approved by the commission on an interim basis in November of 2018, and the last column reflects the final amount the commission approved for rates in November of 2019. Ms. Perkins, can I have you look towards the bottom where it says total revenue increases? And can you see that line?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You can see, can you confirm that Martin County initially requested a little over $900,000 revenue increase?
Yes, I can see that.
And on an interim basis, they were approved to receive $655,000, or a little over that. And then in the final rates approved were $799 $100,800, correct?
Yes,
So, subject to check, Martin County received about $100,000 less than initially requested, correct?
correct.
Ms. Warfield, can I have you bring up the responses to the data request that Alliance filed on June 12th? And when you do, if you'll go to the PDF page number 23. Thank you. And Ms. Perkins, can you explain to us what this exhibit is showing, the net income on cash basis?
Okay, so what we are trying to show in the interim, before we're able to produce the actual financials for the district, is just operating on a cash basis. Incoming cash less outgoing cash for expenses for the month. And so what we've shown in January is that we received $234,000, and out of the operations account, we have disbursements of $287,000, $19,000, and then out of the debt service surcharge accounts, we had $6,625 if those were all to be paid. And so on the DSS expense, that's an additional $9,000 that we were trying to, if we were to pay everything that was presented to the board in the month of January, we would have had a shortfall of $87,000. But in that $87,000 was also funding for the MIS account and the debt service surcharge account, totaling approximately $25,000 that I guess you could say was already paid, and it's I guess getting reported in there twice.
Let me make sure that I understand what you're saying, that when I look at that cash basis of about the deficit of $87,000 roughly, there's about $25,000 that's not accounted for in here, so that the deficit would be...
That's accounted for two times.
Two times?
Because what we have is, if we were to have left the debt service surcharge and the MIS account fully funded as it was supposed to be, then it's $87,000. But because we did not do the funding for those funds, it really ended up being 87 less than 25,000.
Okay, I think I'm following. But let me double check here. Which direction? Would the deficit be higher, or would it be?
Lower, it would be lower.
Okay.
That's correct.
Is that just for the month of January?
No, that would be January through April.
So all of these numbers are 25,000 off?
Correct. Because what we were trying to do was to show that if we were fully funding those other surcharge accounts, this is what the true cash basis snapshot for the district was supposed to be for the month.
But it's not a true cash basis if there's $25,000 that has inflated the number.
Well, sir, if we were actually trying to do the funding, which were I assumed that was the goal of having the surcharge accounts, is to have it be there and to be funded. And so for the purpose of this schedule, we wanted to show if the district were to pay all of its scheduled disbursements as approved by the board and fund the debt service surcharge account and the management infrastructure account, the district would have been $87,000 negative.
Where is that? Where do you footnote that?
Expenses are those planned and presented in the board packet for the referenced month, footnote number 2.
That doesn't really explain to the commission what you're doing.
Ms. Perkins, can I ask for one clarification here? When you say if you had actually put the debt service surcharge and MIS into the account, do you mean just actually put that money into the account, or put that money
Yes,
into the
ma'am.
account and sweep it back out?
That is correct. That is correct.
Do you mean put it into the account and sweep it back out?
Yes, if we would have funded it and not swept it out,
And not swept it
it
out?
would be at negative 87,000.
Okay.
So back to my question regarding why it's not footnoted in a manner that the commission would be able to understand what's going on.
When we added, I believe that this schedule came with a list of bills that showed where the numbers were coming from. We thought that the note was sufficient. That is certainly something that we can correct going forward.
Well, if you're truly showing the performance or the operations of the entity, and you understate it by $100,000 through the first 4 months, or overstated, I guess, because on a cash basis, you would be 25,000 more favorable each month. It would be helpful for anybody looking at these statements if this is all you have and don't have a detailed income statement because you're still waiting on your software system, that at some point there should be a financial footnote that says, this is what it would be under these circumstances, not just presented to the board packet for the reference month. It should state, here's what it would be if we funded everything, and given that we're sweeping out of one of the accounts, the net cash basis should be 87,000 in the first month, less 25,000 gives you 62,000, and so forth. That way you have a more true picture of what the true cash deficit is.
So we can certainly add that footnote.
I think it would be helpful for staff here at the commission and for us. I'm sorry, Ms. Vinsel, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, please. There's one thing that staff is not clear about. Martin County has $684,000 in non-cash depreciation. Is that included in any of the figures on this schedule?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, we have added the header up top that says excludes depreciation expense. Because in a cash basis schedule, you usually don't have depreciation expense.
And we understand. I have a more global question for you right now. Other than the obvious of there's greater expenses than there is cash coming in, what is the basis of this deficit, whether it's $50,000 to $70,000 or it looks more like perhaps $30,000 to $60,000? What is the underlying basis of why there is a deficit?
So I know that Craig will be addressing water sales and water loss later on. But for the most part, we have shared with the commission that when we started in January, that Craig and his team actually did a meter reading audit. And what they, Craig, I know, will be sharing a lot more detail of the audit, but what we found was that there were some overestimations that have happened in the past that are being reflected in this year's numbers. So revenue that was maybe computed to be part of this year's numbers are being offset a little bit by that. And then starting March and April, with COVID-19, we have, we've lost about approximately $10,000 a month in revenues for late charges and turn-on, turn-offs. I know that coming in, Alliance is still trying to get a handle on exactly how many vendors the district has and owes, and we are still working the numbers. You know, the first 60 to 90 days was for us to take a look at what the district does, how they operated. They know more about how their office, their billing is going than somebody coming in 30 days in. And so the first 90 days is, you know, us evaluating what's there. And what we found was that the billing software needed to be updated. And so as soon as we saw that need, we are working on trying to get that in. But I don't think that 4 months in and looking at this snapshot, that it would be reasonable for somebody to have fixed this by 4 months in, 5 months in.
No, I understand, and I want to be clear that I wasn't trying to infer that you should have fixed it.
Or I'm sorry, I'm still just trying to understand it, so
Sure. Well, I've got some questions that, I'm going to jump something ahead, but I think may help me get to the larger point there of trying to understand what's going on. And let me go back to what you said about the number of vendors. Staff is aware that has been an ongoing issue of, there seems to be at certain points, we know how much we owe and who we owe it to, and then invoices pop up or information pops up. So can you tell me, what is the status of what you know about what Alliance owes, Martin County owes, and who they owe it to?
Okay, so what I know are there are 4 vendors that are earmarked for the debt service surcharge, excluding Alliance. I know that I'm told that for the most part, what has been included in our list of bills in our board packet has been paid. They may have been paid 15, 20 days later, but for the most part, if they've been presented to the board the month of January, by middle to late February, those vendors have been paid. With the exception of one invoice from December for fuel for Zip Zone, I'm told. I believe that has not been paid yet, but aside from that, I think that our office is now aware of and is trying to actually put that information more currently, so that at the end of each month when we're putting together the board packets, there's less likelihood of errors because we're doing it at the last minute and realizing that things are not entered quite properly.
Let me take a step back here. In previous hearings, let me take several steps back. When the commission established the debt service surcharge, we approved payment of debts incurred prior to April 1st, 2018. Between April 1st, 2018 and December 31st, 2018, we understand that Martin County continued to accrue past due debt during that period. And I'm going to call that the stub period. We also had testimony that Martin County was able to remain current with their expenses incurred as of January 1st, 2019, and remained current with their expenses in all of 2019. So what I'm wondering, first of all, from your review of the records, have you been able to identify the past due debts that were incurred between April 1st, 2018 and December 31st, 2018 with any kind of certainty?
Nancy, I have not gotten to that part of the records yet. I've spent my time to this point trying to get 2019 balances in order. In the prior year, the accounting records that the district had just was not properly recorded.
Let me ask, from your review then of the 2019 records, would you agree that Martin County was able to remain current with all payments for debt during that time?
So my review of the 2019 records for Martin County right now entails affirming balance sheet balances at the end of December. I have not gotten to the accounts payable portion of it yet.
Okay.
What is the timeline for that?
So the auditors are scheduled to come out to the district to do their field work in July. I have committed to doing a full set of financials, including balance sheet and income statement, by the June board meeting, which is next week. So this week, my office is working on trying to get January through April in, but that includes doing the best I can with affirming those 12/31/19 balance sheet balances.
So the question is then, because you're not confident in the system that Martin County was or is currently using, and you're going to install your own software, how are you going to be able to develop a balance sheet and a P&L statement by next week for at least, are you doing January through April or January through May, or what's the time period?
Well, I've got January to April laid out. I believe I can do January to April with fair certainty that I would finish by the end of this week. May, I am hoping for the best, but the worst case scenario is January through April. You've got balance sheet and income statement and a treasury report that is a little with an additional extra page with billing information by the June board meeting. But yeah, I am certainly doing my best to try and get those projects all done this week. And also the billing conversion for the district is also scheduled for next week.
But you're installing more than billing software, right?
No, just the billing software.
So the other financial portion of their software is being utilized?
So the office is currently using QuickBooks just as a check writing software, and also to keep track of the old outstanding debt. But seeing as how there have been some other issues that's been brought to light since this hearing has been scheduled, when I go to the office next week, it is my intention to fully utilize QuickBooks as a payables tracking system. My accounting software here in my office, which will be producing the balance sheet and the income statement, is up and going. I've got balances in there, but I'm making the adjustments as I go along for the 2019 adjustments.
So how is QuickBooks feeding into your software?
So QuickBooks is, I use it just to see what checks are written. For the most part, QuickBooks for all of our other offices that are not carrying debt like Martin County is, it's just a check writing software for our other offices.
So how do you relieve accounts payable when you write a check off of QuickBooks?
When checks are written, it should be relieved there when they write the checks. But prior to prepping for this meeting, I don't know that our office was not doing it that way for the other vendors, just for the debt service surcharge vendors.
So my question is, typically you enter an invoice into QuickBooks, it shows it as an accounts payable, and then when you write the check,
Yes.
it relieves the accounts payable balance, goes as the offset against cash, but that typically would flow into a P&L setup in QuickBooks, and you're saying that you're not using QuickBooks for P&L, that you're using your own software. So I'm wondering how that, is this a duplicate entry of information so that you have accounts payable in two different sets of books and one just for the purpose of writing checks?
That is correct.
Doesn't that lead to a lot of redundancy and potential error?
No, because the people that are doing the input on my side here are the accountants that actually will be coding the invoices and making sure that the debt is relieved and interest expense is actually recorded properly. Typically, our offices, they're only usually in charge of making sure that the payments are happening, regardless of what the accounts are being, whatever the accounts are being relieved.
And so I guess the concern of the commission is that you're unable to generate really a P&L up to this point, but you're not really changing financial software. You're continuing to use what you had. And I don't understand.
So prior to Alliance being there, the district had a full-blown accounting and payroll software that the district really was not utilizing to its full potential. And also, the person that was doing the entry was not really trained to post it to the correct accounts.
So you're saying, well, even if it was posted to the wrong accounts, it would still be an expense being posted somewhere, I presume, and you still should have
Correct.
some kind of a accounting reporting of a bottom line number. And of course, I'm sure Ms. Vincel is going to ask some more questions on this, but we're trying to find out if you're actually recording all of the expenses, where the new expenses are coming from, and why there's not a comparable expense to what was initially requested when the rate application was made back in 2017? 18? Yes.
Yeah, so can I just give an example?
Yes.
So for example, in December of 19, when the MIS account was set up, the entries was to credit the cash account, and it should be to debit a brand new cash account. But in the 2019 financials that the district may have issued for December, the MIS establishment of the account was charged as miscellaneous expense. So in that scenario, your P&L was not right by the MIS account establishment.
In that scenario, wouldn't it overstate expenses?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to let Ms. Vincel continue her question, because I'll let you lead, Ms. Vincel.
I think your questions are helping me very much, so thank you, Vice Chair. I have a line of questions that I think I'm not going to be able to ask now, but I did want to let you know that the Commission has a longstanding concern about the amounts of debt during that stub period. Despite multiple requests, the Commission has never received a conclusive information that tells us how much that debt should be. There would be, for example, one of the vendors who was in getting paid from the debt service surcharge, there appeared to be debt that should have been paid from the debt service surcharge that had been somehow or another accounted for in the stub period. So just to let you know that is another major concern of the Commission, is that we identify what that debt is, because it has got to be paid at some point.
Right. Nancy, if I may,
Please.
I know that this has been mentioned at the last meeting, but as stated, between the billing conversion and the and just trying to correct the 2019 so that I've got good balances going forward. I know that this is on my radar. If you could be a little bit more patient, I will do my best to get this in, and certainly, probably, hopefully before the 9:30 audits are even issued, because these are the things that even the auditors are going to be needing to know. So the answers are coming. I know that the commissioner and everybody is concerned about it, but for my part, I'm trying to get the most, putting my efforts in the most that would help us the most.
And I understand, and that's fair. And again, was going to be my next question that you've answered was, what is the impact on the 2018 audit, given that all of this is so uncertain? But I think you've explained that, and I thank you very much.
Yeah, and then also, if I may, I know the auditors are going to be there at the end of July. I also plan to be there, and while the auditors are busy doing their audit, that this may be the best time for me to research the stub period.
And although this is a hearing and we won't get into this, I do want to let you know that if you have questions that staff can assist you with, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Okay.
And again, I have another rather global question for you. If Martin County, if the significantly past due debts were paid and we could set them aside, is it your opinion that Martin County's rates would generate sufficient revenues to stay current on expenses?
Nancy, I think it's too early for me to be able to state that opinion. I really do need to come up with my balance sheet and my income statement first before I state an opinion, positive or negative.
Okay, thank you. And again, I want to clarify, I know that in our November 2019 order, we had asked Alliance in January of 2021, to review the expenses and come back with a recommendation in regard to rates. So I'm certainly not trying to short-circuit that process. Ms. Moorfield, can I have you bring up the May 2020 board packet? And if you'll go to it's the outstanding vendor debt chart. It's on PDF page 7. Thank you, Ms. Warfield. And this was, again, this is a document that's in the case record. It was filed with the May 2020 board packet. It's a nice chart that walks me through the outstanding vendor debt. As I look at it, and confirm to me that I'm reading this correctly, that the red line that runs right around the $500,000 mark, this reflects the debt that is in the debt service surcharge, correct?
Correct.
So it's reflecting that there was a reduction between December 2019 and May 2020 of about right around $7,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the blue line is, again, just in general long-term vendor debt. So this, of course, includes the debt service surcharge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I can see that between December 2019 and May 2020, there was an increase from a little over $7,000 to a little over $700,000 to $800,000, so $100,000 increase. Can you tell me what that amount reflects? What was the reason for that increase?
So I'm looking at offline, I'm looking at a summary that our staff in Martin County prepared for me in preparation for today's meeting. I'm looking at December 2019. It was at 759 is what they say the billing software had. And at the end, as of 4/20/2020, we were at 801,147. It looks like there were some corrections that were entered. And so if I can talk about the vendors here as far as what had changed. For Mr. Cumbo, there were some additional current charges of about $400 or $500, so that's not too much. But CI Thornburg, one of the CI Thornburg balances as of December looked like there was an incorrect entry in there. It started off at 56,000, and their corrected number, according to our most current information, is at 36,000. And then, for the most part, a few vendors, CI Thornburg and Evans Hardware, we've got finance charges that are accumulating. Let's see, there was a reduction of about $3,000 for Linda Sumter. Prestonburg Utilities is increasing and decreasing just depending on who's buying water or how much water we're pumping over there. That increased for about $7,000. And then United Rentals and Souls Electric had some additional charges. Looks like about $9,000 for United Rentals, and Xylem had about $12,000 added. Zip Zone had about $7,000 added, according to, like I said, just a quick worksheet that was given to me for this meeting.
So can I ask a quick question? Most of the numbers that you gave to Ms. Vinsel were decreases in balances until you reached the last 3 or 4 numbers for fuel and some other Zip Zone and whatever, but that was nowhere near basically $90,000.
The CI Thornburg decrease was about $20,000 from December through May. I guess the comment on there was the balance in the previous software was incorrect. Yeah, but the total from December to April is about $40,000.
Increase or decrease?
Increase.
$40,000 increase. So you found $40,000 worth of additional CI Thornburg invoices that hadn't been accounted for before?
It actually decreased the CI Thornburg balance.
Well, if it decreased it, the question is, why is the balance from December to May $90,000 higher, and you've got a $40,000 decrease in CI Thornburg?
Yes.
That makes it $130,000.
Yeah, the 801 number was through April. The column I was reading off of was May. I'm sorry about that. Let me restate. Going from the top, Mr. Cumbo, there was no change, about $400. The CI Thornburg invoice was 56 before, is now 52. Second CI Thornburg invoice for the VFD number 1, I had about a $200 increase. VFD number 2, about $2,000. Evans Hardware for about $8,000 increase for Evans Hardware. And the comment I have on there are finance charges. For Fast Change, there was about a $900 change. Linda Sumter's was a decrease of about $3,000. Prestonburg Utilities was an increase of about $7,000. No change for Service Pumps and Supply. Souls Electric, no change. United Rentals is an increase of about $8,000. Xylem is an increase of about $12,000. And Zip Zone is an increase of about $8,000.
That's about 52 minus 3, 49,000. So that's about 50,000 of the 130,000 that we're talking about. And then we've got questions about why Evans Hardware and Zip Zone balances are increasing by that amount of money. Are those going further and further into arrears?
The only comment that I have on there was that the additional charges were finance charges.
I think you showed Evans Hardware as being one of them, an increase of $8,000. $8,000 in finance charges?
That's what I'm being told, sir.
Well, can you do as a post-hearing data request, verify what those interest charges are? Because I think the commission would be very interested in that.
Yes, I'm making a note right now.
Do you know what the interest rate Evans is charging?
Sir, I do not.
Is the district still making purchases from Evans?
Alliance is making a lot of purchases for Evans. I do not remember seeing them on the list of bills. I do not believe that the district is, but Alliance has been purchasing from Evans.
I don't know, perhaps someone else could answer whether there are sources for some of the products that you buy other than Evans Hardware, such as maybe Lowe's or Ace Hardware or somewhere.
Okay, sir, that would be better directed for Craig Miller.
To get back to the increase shown on the chart, what it says to me reading this is that there is a significant amount of current debt that is not being paid. I know you've said now that it's 30, 60, 90 days out. So is that what this chart reflects in terms of the current expenses that are not being paid?
So Nancy, on this outstanding vendor debt, there really are no new charges. So it's not increasing because the district is using Evans or any of the other vendors on there. This truly is tracking what was before, and what I'm being told is, aside from correcting errors from the software before, they're all interest charges. There are no 2020 additional invoices for services that are flowing in through this number.
Oh, okay. Just to let you know, we will submit in writing post-hearing data requests, but one of our requests is we would like to get a copy of the worksheet that you've referenced of the outstanding vendor debt that was prepared for the hearing today.
Yes.
And we would also like to get a revised version of this particular chart. For example, you referenced the December 19th balance is not actually the amount shown on this, the $709,000. So if we could get a revised version of it along with that worksheet.
Will do.
Thank you.
Footnoted with notes at the bottom that show the variance or the increase between 710,000 and 801,000. Any major change above $3,000. So while we're on this chart, let me ask a question about the debt service charge for the long-term vendors, which includes C.I. Thornburg. Who are the other four on here? I think it's Linda Sumter and
Zip
Zone and Evans, C.I. Thornburg, Linda Sumter, and Zip Zone. When payments were, you stopped making payments to those vendors because you ran out of cash to make payments. Did you contact those vendors and let them know that there was a cash flow problem and that payments would be temporarily halted until you were able to bring the finances under control?
Sir, recognizing that now, that was an oversight.
Okay, so have you contacted them since?
No, but we certainly will be by this week. We realized that in prepping for this hearing, and we have quite a few to-dos after this hearing.
Yes.
You understand that Thornburg contacted the Public Service Commission about it not being paid, correct?
That's what we heard, sir.
Yes, if you're gonna have vendors work with you, you need to work with the vendors.
Understood.
I'm sorry, I'll need a moment. I think some of these questions have been answered, and some I realize that you will not be able to answer because they're about the stub period.
While you're getting, let me just clarify one thing. Ma'am, are all of the long-term vendors, other than Evans, that's Zip Zone, Thornburg, and Sumter, are all three charging interest on the outstanding debt?
Sir, I do not know the answer to that question 100%. I can certainly get back to you for sure.
Well, yeah, if they are, I mean, of course, we want to know what Evans's interest rate they're charging and so forth. If the others are, we'd like the same information about them as well.
We'll certainly pass that on.
I've got that included in a post-hearing data request to collect it all. And Ms. Perkins, this is something I will ask pretty much all of the witnesses, but can you tell me what the plans are for paying the past due debt? No, let me back up. What are the plans for paying the debt service surcharge? Given that money is going now to pay Alliance.
Yeah, so Nancy, our plans were to try and get the books in order. With getting the 17 audit and getting our actual books in, getting a better picture, and our plan has originally always been to come up with a suggestion that was based on more data than what we had. And so our plan is to gather that up. I'm being told that we are going to be presenting some alternatives to the board for their July board meeting. The board approves it, and then we will be submitting it to the PSC.
And I know that probably no one wants to discuss it too much detail ahead of that meeting, but would it be Mr. Miller or Mr. Sneed that I should follow up with on that, ma'am?
That Mr. Sneed.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can do this without the documents. If I need to bring them up, I will. We have some discrepancies in the amounts due to C.I. Thornburg in the debt service surcharge account between the May, April, and February board packets. Let me just give you the amounts and see if we can work it without the documents. according to the information in the May 2020 board packet, which set forth the amounts due, balances due for the DSS debt, the balance for CI Thornburg was $42,468.32, and this is as of May 26. In the April packet, that same amount, or same debt for CI Thornburg was listed as $36,345.26. And then in the February board packet, it was, again, $42,383.88. And do you know why the amount changed? And this amount should have been static but for payments or potentially interest.
Nancy, that is correct. If I may. What I found, again, prepping for the pre-hearing, I had talked to Mr. Miller, and our goal was, in lieu of the aged payables report being submitted, when we established preparing a list of bills for the board, was to use the list of bills as a historical to try and keep everybody apprised of what the balances are supposed to be. And what I found later on was that those numbers on the list of bills have not been updated like they should. So Mr. Miller actually spent quite a bit of time with our staff person in verifying the May balances.
So I'll follow up with Mr. Miller on that one. Thank you. Can I have you, Brenda, can I ask you to bring up the May 2020 board packet, the billing summary, which is on PDF page 4? Thank you. Now, Ms. Perkins, when I look at this, I see one column that's labeled revenue and another column that's labeled payments received. Can you help walk me through what does the revenue represent, what does payments received represent, and why are they so different?
So revenue is what was billed to customers for the month of April. Payments received is cash collected for prior months owed.
So I'm trying to figure out with the lag. When I look at the payments received for April 2020, should there be some sort of an alignment with the revenue in March 20?
If customers just paid their bills and what they were billed, then yes, they should match. But this is water revenue. Payments received could include tap fee, and it would not be part of the revenue number because that revenue number represents just water sales.
So there's no correlation here. In other words, when we look at these numbers, one includes a pass-through in the form of taxes. When you say payments received, you're not netting it.
Correct.
Okay, so isn't that a difficult presentation for both Alliance and the Martin County Water Board if they look at this and think that they're receiving payments that should correspond to revenue, but in reality, revenue and payments received are based on two different criteria?
That is one way of looking at it. Another way why we do it this way is this number also ties to what has come into the district's bank account. And so in correlation with the treasury report, typically this number is the number that you see deposited into the bank account. If that proves to be more confusing for Martin County, we can certainly take payments received off.
Well, it's misleading because if you were using those numbers to make management decisions, which is what you should be using it for, you're misrepresenting yourself by saying, I've got this revenue coming in as in the form of payments received, and in actuality, a portion of that is a pass-through and probably should be reflected as a separate column on this that shows the true amount of cash that's being received for purposes of operations. That's a management tool that I would think both Alliance and Martin County Water District would want to have a handle on.
That is true. On our statement, the cash basis statement that we showed you also did have the pass-through accounts on there. So if you were matching the two documents, at least we were consistent that way.
Yeah, but it would be consistently incorrect. If you're going to have an exhibit that is trying to provide management with a true financial picture, you should take out those items that don't reflect anything that has anything to do with operations. Pass-throughs are irrelevant. You're acting as a collection agency to pass through to another entity. It has no impact on the cash balance of Martin County. They can't use it. All they do is collect it, and therefore, if you include it, it's an overstatement of what you believe you're receiving. Now, it might be a management tool for you as far as your bank recs go, but in terms of making a decision, there should be some kind of, again, a column on here that subtracts that out so that you understand what you're receiving for operations.
Sir, the pass-through amounts listed on there is a maximum of $7,000. And so while I appreciate that $7,000 is a big cash amount, typically your bigger management decision is more than, you're not misrepresenting it by $7,000.
If it's only $7,000, that's fine. That doesn't sound like much of a pass-through. So you're only collecting $7,000 in total to be passed through to tax agencies.
Yeah, sales tax is approximately $2,000.
For this entire period or per
March.
month?
In the period of a month, sales tax is about $1,500 and school tax is $5,000.
So we're up to $6,500 per month.
Yes,
So over this course of 1 year, it's 12 times 6,100, 72, 78, about $80,000. Not great, but you should still provide information. People
understood.
besides you are looking at the report. If you don't provide a footnote that says, this is the information I'm providing, no one has a way of knowing that that's what's being provided. Would you agree?
You are correct.
And I think that's important for everyone concerned in order to decipher the information that's provided. If you want to put a footnote on there that says the average pass-through is $6,500, that's fine, but at least we know what we're looking at. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you, sir. I think one of the takeaways from today's hearing, I hope, is that the reports that are being looked at are also being looked now at commission staff, and where there are things that are not clear, or anomalies that are not explained, it raises questions and results in something like this where we need to get clarity and then make changes going forward. I have a question about some discrepancies in the revenue and usage numbers between the April 2020 quarterly filing made with the commission and the April 2020 board packet. So, Ms. Warfield, can you bring up the April 2020 quarterly filing, but also have the April 2020 board packet ready to go? Can I have you go to PDF page 3? Excuse me, PDF page 5. There are discrepancies in the revenue and usage between what's reported here and what's in the April 2020 board packet. So let me walk you through. Can I have you scroll, Ms. Warfield, can I have you scroll down to show the February, the 2020 numbers? There we go. So according to the quarterly filing, well, first of all, can I ask who prepares this document? Who prepares the documents that get filed with the quarterly filings? Do you know, Ms. Perkins?
So this piece of it came from the district's billing software. And so staff in the office prints it and provides and sends it, puts it together for filing with Mr. Cumbo's office.
Okay.
So this portion of it comes from their software.
Okay.
I need to see the rest of the documents to tell you the sources of it.
Okay. And this, it's just this part that I wanted to know about. And I think I'll follow up with Mr. Miller, Mr. Sneed about any accuracy checks. So, that's the perfect view. Thank you, Ms. Warfield. So, up in the top by the date 2/20/2020, that reflects the usage. Let me see here.
Yes,
The usage numbers.
that's the bill gallons number.
Yes. And then down at the bottom is the total bill, and the amount listed here is $226, $766.50, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Warfield, can I have you scroll down so we can look at March? So here we see we have usage, I'm just going to say 11.6 million gallons. And the total billed is $204,482.82. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Warfield, can I have you bring up the April 2020 board packet on page 4? Again, this is the billing summary. When I look here, what it's showing me, the water sales. Now, should water sales match up with the usage numbers in the billing summary?
It should. I did find that the March number,
Yes.
staff had provided me with a different report with a 10818 number, which varies by 800,000 gallons, 811,000 gallons.
Yes. Do you
yes.
do you know why there was that discrepancy?
Mr. Miller and I were just talking about that this morning. The same billing software, one report, the usage report shows one number, and the statistical billing report page that I was provided has this 10818 number. I do not know the difference from that billing software.
I'll follow up with Mr. Miller. Well, then I suspect it's the same issue because the revenue numbers,
So Nancy, on the revenue numbers.
Yes.
What, that excludes the service charges, the late charges, we were only trying to show residential sales, commercial sales, and commercial exempt sales. So that's only a portion of the total bill that you are seeing. So if you want to scroll back to one of the billing, usage reports, I can tell you what line items we are excluding from that number.
okay. Ms. Warfield, if you can go back to the April 2020 quarterly filing?
So 01 is, I'm told, is sales tax, so that is not included in that number. An adjustment that just says adjustment, again, that's not a billed number, that's an adjustment. Balance forward is not included, so C1, C1E, C2, all of the Cs are all included, and along with R1. The rest of those items that you are seeing all represent other bills that usually show up somewhere else. They are not they're not being counted for the purposes of the revenue and gallons report.
And was that change made in February? Because we noticed that the January revenue amount matched the billing summary.
Yes, and so when building this early in January, I did not know the billing software, did not know. I just needed to provide numbers that look as close as possible to what was billed. So no, they have not been. Part of what I'm doing with the issuance for the June board meeting is to make all of those corrections now that I'm 4 months more informed about the billing software.
Understood. It sounds like potentially, would you agree with me that we can, that staff can expect that there will be similar, I'm going to call it corrections to the inputs, to the numbers? And if that occurs going forward, if we can ask you to please put some sort of an explanation in on the reports, that would be
Absolutely.
great. Thank you. I have one last question for you. When staff requested the income statements for January 2020, April 2020, and the last data request, Alliance responded that income statements would not be available until June 30, 2020. Is this due to the installation of new software, or can you walk me through why it will not be available until that date?
So it will be ready for next week's board meeting. But it just took me time to be able to even access the district's, accounting software. It took that long. And then trying to vet the numbers that I can vet, it all takes some time to do that. And again, establishing my software on my end, that is now up and going. There's just a lot of things going on for this week and next week, but it will be in the June board packet with some footnotes.
Thank you. I will say that having worked on Martin County's financials for quite some time, staff is well aware of the significant issues that are there. And that's a large part of why we want to make sure that we're understanding going forward so that this could get corrected and fixed. Staff has no further questions for Ms. Perkins at this time.
Commissioner Cicero, questions?
So I want to go back and look at the outstanding vendor debt real quick. You were asked several questions regarding the graph that shows the 801,000 and the 507,000 on this outstanding vendor debt. And there was a list of bills provided as, I think, 4-2 that was provided to staff. and it lists the past due accounts, which total $294,140 and $507,000, which is associated with the DSS money. So total was $801,000, and that's the amount that's on the top line there, I guess, on this graph. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of that 801,000 is the 507,000 that is the cash payment plan for the 4 largest debtors, right?
Yes.
So I go to the next page, which is the list of bills for consideration. There was $221,000 of bills to be paid. Is that correct? Current bills?
What month are you looking at, sir?
Still May 26, 2020. This is Exhibit 4-1.
If I may, Vice Chair, Ms. Warfield, can you bring up the May 2020 board packet? It's PDF page 9.
That's it. See the
Okay.
221,000?
Yes, sir.
So if I add the 221,000 to the 801,000, that means at one point in May, Martin County owed $1,022,000 in accounts payable, including past due, payment plan, and current debt. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And included in bills for consideration is the management infrastructure surcharge and the debt service surcharge. Actual collected will be paid, I'm presuming, into the respective accounts, and those totaled 25,000 approximately, okay?
Yes, sir.
So if I subtract the 25,000, the actual bills being paid is 196,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Alliance Water invoices total 164,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in reality, only 32,000 is being paid out for accounts payable in this packet for consideration by the board?
Yes, sir. And quite a bit of them have already been paid. The utility bills are auto-drafted.
But if they're only paying down at the rate of 32,000, then this balance on past due accounts will continue to climb, won't it?
Yes, sir. With interest charges accruing, they would be.
So given that that is the situation, isn't it possible that Martin County would run out of cash flow sufficient to actually pay all the invoices and be in a position where Alliance might not be paid, even with a cash surcharge and the infrastructure surcharge and the debt service?
That is possible.
And what is the plans for Alliance should that happen?
So, sir, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Sneed and our team is going to be presenting the board with options for their July board meeting to address this.
When those options are presented to the board, can you also provide that position paper and options to the commission?
Absolutely. The plan was for Alliance to present it to the board and then turn around and ensure that the PSC also has copies.
Okay.
And subject for approval, of course.
One last question for you. Is there a timeline to seamlessly integrate your financial software, including billables, payables, payroll, inventory, asset management, and to develop P&L and a balance sheet without redundancy of order entry?
Portions of it for sure. Inventory is not something I've gotten into yet, but the flow, other clients of ours use the billing software that they are going to be using. And so for the most part, there is maybe 5 less than 10 lines of entry. So we actually do not use that same accounting software for other reasons. But we have successfully used it and integrated it that way with the payable system, the way it is with Martin County. It is certainly something that we can build in the future, along with ensuring that we're stronger on understanding our understanding of payables at the local level.
All right, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt in the fact that you've only been managing this for 6 months, and it's been 25 years in the making. But there's high expectations, being that you're a management operation and that you have past experience and you understand that there's a criticality in how numbers are reported, and that the commission has an intense focus on whether the numbers that are being reported are accurate and whether they can dissect them and understand what they are. So you being in the financial position are going to receive a lot of attention until the numbers provided that we believe are reliable and accurate.
I understand, sir, and trust me when I say that I have been telling all of my teammates how much the financial side, I understand that the operation side needed their attention first and foremost, but from day one, I knew that on the financial side, we needed to do a lot of things, and that there was a big list of items to do, and I am doing everything that I can and training staff to be better going forward. But there is a learning curve to be learned, and not understanding the billing software and not having anybody understand the billing software was a really big obstacle to overcome.
Yes, and I'll just make one last comment, and then I'll turn it over to Chairman Smith and Commissioner Matthews. Rates were developed for Martin County based on information that obviously was outdated, inaccurate, and unverifiable. And unfortunately, when that's the information that a rate is used to develop, and you're depending on that information to provide the revenue in order to sustain the operations, and it's not reliable, as you've pointed out, the payables continues to increase because you find invoices that weren't presented. We end up with a situation that with even not including depreciation as a funded reserve, that you're still having a cash shortfall. I think the commission was depending on operations to improve on water loss and revenue billing by substantiating the meter readings and making sure that everybody was being metered and billed. And right now, I'm not sure that we can say that is accurately happening. But there's going to be a problem until the information provided is accurate and a rate developed that can be reliable to sustain the operations. Up to this point, Martin County residents have suffered because of rate increases that put them near the top of the list in the state. And unfortunately, again, has to do with 25 years of problems that are coming to a head and need to be managed. But at this point, the faster the financial information is correct, the more reliable it is for your audit, the more reliable it is to obtaining a loan, and the more reliable it is to have a rate that represents what actually needs to be in place in order to sustain operations. I don't have anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
Let me unmute myself here. I don't have any questions. I believe Vice Chairman covered everything I had to ask.
Thank you. Ms. Cromer, questions?
Ms. Cromer, you're on mute.
So is Ms. Cromer on the line, or?
She is, I think Commissioner Matthews said she was on mute.
Yeah, I could see her lips move, but I couldn't hear her.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is just kind of a big picture question, Ms. Perkins, just so I'm properly understanding. It sounds as if you're saying that the district is not accruing additional debt with its vendors, but for the fact that some of those vendors are charging finance charges. Is that correct? Additional past due debt over 30 days.
I mentioned earlier that items on the list of bills are being paid maybe longer than 30 days. By the time they make it on the list of bills, I don't know what the age of those invoices are, but typically the list of bills is approved at the board meeting, and the utilities are paid first and foremost, along with rent and insurance, and then Alliance is paid, and then after that's done, any other outstanding checks that the board have already approved are released as the cash is there. So it's possible that it's getting paid before the next board meeting, but I'm told that aside from Zip Zone, that's the only vendor that we have that's been on the list of bills that have not been paid yet.
And you mentioned Zip Zone a couple of times, and is there someone who is better to talk to about the issues going on with Zip Zone, or can you address those?
So the issue was in the January list of bills, there was approximately $800 worth of fuel for district use in December of 2019 before Alliance started there. And so that was supposed to have been paid in January. It was a surprise to me that that check had actually never been released. So I don't know what you said issues. I know that Zip Zone may be one of the vendors that may be charging interest. That's one of my to-dos to verify to make sure that they are or they aren't. But for the most part, there is no new debt aside from possible interest from Zip Zone, aside from that $800 invoice.
Okay, and I'll just say in our review of the vendor balances over time, it appears that the Zip Zone has increased significantly. And I know that there are questions about the accuracy of those past statements on vendor balances, but it does look like, just based on what you all have provided to the board, that Zip Zone has gone up quite a bit. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to know about what
Yeah,
they're
so it
charging.
could just be interest.
Yeah, I think it's pretty significant that the two local businesses are the ones that seem to be milking the district with finance charges. So I would like to ask another question. I know that we've gone over this about the net income snapshot, because I'm still just not quite understanding. And I don't apologize, Nancy, I didn't ask about how to do this. I don't know that we need to look at it again, but it's just that one sheet from the May board meeting.
Right. We can pull that up.
Because
Okay, Brenda, it's the May 2020 board packet, and it is page 6.
5, I believe. 6.
6.
Thank you. And Ms. Perkins, I believe you had testified that the way that you prepared this, you wanted to show a snapshot from the perspective of having funded both of the surcharge accounts and what that would mean to the overall, like, monthly cash in, cash out financial picture for the district. Is that correct?
Yes.
So taking January, for instance, or actually any of the months, I'm not seeing the surcharge showing up on here. So I don't.
Yes, so Mary, when you look at the operations account, for example, that should be what our list of bills amount was. That includes the debt service surcharge and the MIS. It's already in there.
Okay, so it's there, not down where it's itemized.
Let me go look. The 897, yeah, the 8978 number there, let me just confirm that for sure. Trying to match it up. MIS. Oh, let's see. In January, there was $8,978 paid out of the debt service surcharge account. So that's additional expenses that actually went out to pay the 4 vendors that were on the debt service surcharge account. So in January, there was actually a payment made. That's why it's showing us a positive number. If it was a funding into the debt service account, you'll see it in brackets.
Okay. Okay, I understand now. Thank you. I also have some questions, and I'm not sure these may be more for Craig, but I just wanted to discuss the changes of the variance in revenues. And you had mentioned, I think, that the district looks like it's losing about $10,000 a month due to COVID. Could you explain a little more about that?
So in March, almost nationwide, COVID hit, and we're all encouraged to wash our hands, and so a lot of utilities decided not to either charge late charges, and disconnects were also halted. And so in the past, when people don't pay, customers are charged a late fee of 10%, and if they don't pay late enough, then they're disconnected, and then there's a fee associated with getting turned back on. And in March, those revenues kind of stopped with the order of no late charges and no disconnects. So that's what I said about the $10,000.
Have you all tracked exactly the impact of how many people would be subject to disconnects but for the order? How many people would be subject to late fees but for the order? Have you all been tracking that?
So Mary, I do not know that answer to that. That may be a Mr. Miller question.
Okay, thank you. I do notice that based on the board packets, the revenues, the residential payments, I believe I'm looking at the right thing. I was very confused by the column that's titled revenues, because I wasn't considering that as billing, I was considering that as money in. But it does look like that there has been a dip starting in, actually January was the high, it looks like, and it looks like there has been a decrease in the amount of money coming into the district. Do you have an idea, or can you say what the percentage of decrease has been, and how much of that was anticipated? I know there are some seasonal variations.
Yeah, so January was the month that Mr. Miller's team did an audit, and so the billing for that month included corrections for the December billing, and so that's why the billing, again, that's not money in, that's charged. What was charged in January would be lesser because it had included adjustments to December's bills.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess
I do know that Craig is going to be talking about water revenue, so that may be better covered in a bigger picture for you by the time he's up.
Okay, I will ask those questions of Craig. And this may be a Craig question as well, but have you seen anything in the bill the billing that would indicate whether or not the district has had any repair costs that have been above a $2,500 limit for an itemized repair? For which I'm responsible?
Yeah, Mr. Miller would be better to answer that question.
Okay. And are you on sort of an ongoing basis computing Alliance's direct cost to make a determination as to whether or not, they're being covered adequately by the contract?
Yes.
And do you have any concern that the direct cost in this year will not be adequately covered? I know there's a reopener in the contract. If the direct cost exceeds what Alliance's contract is.
Yeah, to date, Mary, that is not a concern at all.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Perkins.
Thank you.
Mr. Cumbo, questions?
No question.
Okay, anything further, Ms. Mansell?
Chairman, I need to move to introduce the PSC Staff Exhibit Number 1 into the record.
Sustained. Let PSC Exhibit 1 be filed and entered into the record. Anything further, Ms. Mansell?
Nothing further from staff.
Anyone else have any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Perkins, and you may be excused. Ms. Mansell, would you like to call another witness?
Yes, please. Craig Miller.
Mr. Miller?
Morning.
Hey, Mr. Miller, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mansell, you may ask.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning.
I'm going to try to do some cleanup from some of the earlier questions and see if we can get through that first. Can you confirm whether or not, I'm sorry, I was distracted by the screen. Can you confirm whether or not Alliance is purchasing items from Evans Hardware currently?
I can confirm that, yes. Alliance is purchasing items from Evans Hardware, and one of the primary reasons for us utilizing Evans is because of their location, compared to where we are. In order to use Lowe's or another hardware store, it's approximately 30-minute drive to Paintsville to get to Lowe's. And oftentimes, when we need a part or something quickly, it just makes more sense to, labor-wise and fuel-wise, to just go to Evans.
So you've got that offset then?
Correct.
I would like to get this into the record. I believe we've discussed this in the past. We had discussed at one point, in particular about Evans, because of the interest, about trying to go back to them and negotiate a reduction in the interest or removal of interest and the balance due. Can you tell me, what is the long-term plan that Alliance has for dealing with the debt service, the debts that are in the debt service surcharge?
Well, currently, we're trying to form a good picture of the financial statement of the district, so that we can come up with a plan. And as Ann spoke about earlier, Mr. Sneed and myself and our team are putting together some plans to bring to the board, some proposals and options that we can look at. And a lot of that is dependent upon us getting this financial picture complete.
So once the financial picture is complete, and also then with the audits, which ideally will be completed at the end of September this year, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And at that point, then Alliance and Martin County would be in a better position to be able to obtain a loan, correct?
That is our hope, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Again, I know I'm going to be jumping around a little bit, and I apologize for that. But could you discuss the January audit and what the results were? What kind of changes were made to the December billing, for example, as a result of that audit?
Yes, ma'am. So, when I spoke about this a couple of times, but when we came on, when we partnered with the district in January, we realized that there was some possible discrepancies in the meter reading and the way that it was being taken care of. So our primary goal was to establish a specific timeline for meter reading, and also to ensure that we're reading every single meter and getting accurate numbers. So in our initial round in January, I believe the numbers we read were 3,398 meters, and we had about 313 negative reads in January, and those were directly related to the month of December, where all of the meters in the entire district were estimated. So those 313 meters were, at the time, we were of the opinion that those 313 meters were overestimated, because estimates, according to the billing software, are based on a 12-month calendar year. And if a customer has a large leak anytime in that time period, it accounts for that large leak in their estimate. So the 12-month estimate can be higher than their actual usage would be because of that large leak. So the 313 negative reads in January, and then of course, as we've gone through the audit, we've seen those numbers dip, and they've gone from our final numbers in January being 332 total discrepancies, and then I believe for the month of, so let me look at this here real quick, I've got the number in front of me. In our last audit, we actually had 17 negative reads and a total of 19 discrepancies in our system, with 3,416 meters read. So as you can see, the accuracy is going up. Not only that, but the timeliness of the meter reading is, they're always being read between the 10th and the 17th, starting on the 10th if possible. Just depends on whether that day starts on a Saturday or Sunday. Obviously, not working on Saturdays or Sundays, so.
Understandable. What is the reason, or what do you attribute the significant reduction in the negative reads to?
A couple of things. I believe the significant reduction is due to the timeliness of the meter reading. Before, there was two contract meter readers that were just given the books and allowed to go read the routes, read the books whenever, I guess, their time allowed. So it's my opinion that they weren't being read at the same time every month. So, you know, one customer maybe read at the first of the month in December and read at the end of the month in January, or close to the billing period, the end of the billing period for that month anyway. So with that kind of a accordion effect, if you will, in the meter reading, you're going to see that, you know, the meters reads go up and the meter reads go down, and it's going to be a constant wave. What our goal is to have that streamlined so that all the customers that do use the same amount of water all the time are not seeing any ups and downs. They're seeing that same, they're seeing their bill being more consistent.
And you said that before Alliance came in, that in December, all of the bills were estimated bills, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is our understanding.
And you mentioned about the negative bills, many of them were overestimated. Were any of the other bills overestimated? Have you heard much from customers that they felt that that bill was overestimated?
Aside from the 313 that we found, I'm not aware of any customers that were outside of those numbers at this time.
And I know from reading your activity reports in the board packets that there has been an emphasis on locating all meters. And is it correct that you've located all but, I believe, 35 meters that you have records for?
Actually, ma'am, at this time, I believe that number is 2.
2?
We have 2 meters left in our system that we cannot find. One is a radio read meter that we're actually getting a reading on, and we are trying to find it at this time. And then the other one has been a process to try to find.
I think I understand. Ms. Cromer mentioned something I was going to follow up on. I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Are you tracking any of the COVID-related both expenses and revenue loss?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are you currently tracking any COVID-related expenses or COVID-related revenue loss?
As part of our billing software, we actually have the ability to go back and look, since the district is not or since Alliance is not generating any disconnects or reconnect fees or late charges at this time. That's a relatively easy number to capture through the software. As far as expenses go, I'm not aware that we are tracking any expenses related to COVID outside of maybe extra gloves and things, but those numbers are relatively easy to find.
I was thinking of like the PPE and
Yes,
many
ma'am.
other
Gloves
things that I
and
probably
things
don't
of
know
that
about.
We've actually been very fortunate. The Division of Waters helped us out a lot in regards to PPE as far as hand sanitizer and additional gloves and things for some of our, for the water plant and our wastewater plant. So that's been a great benefit to us as well, and not having to incur a lot of charges. And as I'm sure you're all aware, those things have become increasingly more difficult to get a hold of as well.
And I asked Ms. Perkins about the discrepancies in revenues in the April 2020 quarterly filing, the April 2020 board packet. She said that you and she had discussed it this morning, and I suggest I would follow up with you. Can you talk to me about what you've discovered in terms of those particular discrepancies, other than the fact that the revenue amounts shown on the quarterly filing reflect something different than the billing summary? Was that too much of a compound question? Let me go back.
Okay.
It sounds like that you and Ms. Perkins had a discussion about some discrepancies in revenue amounts reported in February and March. Is that the case? And if so, can you explain it to me?
Yes, ma'am. So we did have a discussion about that, and the first thing that we actually noticed this morning was that $811,000 difference, and that was kind of a moment, But as far as the revenue, specifically regarding January and then February, when we talk about the overestimations in bills and then the adjustments that are made on the billing, once we found those 313 negative reads that were charged and then adjusted, and then in the month of February being a 28-day month, a shorter month as well, and us reading those meters at a specific time every month, as we establish that consistency, we're going to see things stabilize, but in the beginning, you're going to see, for the month of May, a larger revenue showing, and then for the month of February, it's going to be smaller, and then for the month of actually March, it looks like it's less, but remembering those bills are for the month prior, which is a short month.
Okay. And if I'm asking you something that you think I should ask Mr. Sneed, please let me know. I think it would be helpful for the commission for you to walk through when Alliance presents the list of bills for consideration and the prioritization of bills and when they are paid. Can you do that, or should I defer that to Mr. Sneed?
No, I can answer the question. So when the list of bills is generated, there's a discussion between Katrina, myself, and Ann. As a team, we work together. We've already set a priority, obviously, with utilities being necessary, rent, things of that nature that have to be paid, the Alliance payment as well. And then after that, we set the bills based on a list of priority and availability. There's a bill, I believe, for our Tommy Maynard, who that is a contract, and we're trying to not only get that contract paid off, but keep to the promises that were made. So setting those priorities, and then of course, once the money comes in, once the cash is available, releasing those checks, and then those checks are released from myself and my staff, coordinating together.
And when you say your staff, do you mean Katrina? I believe her last name is Sansom?
Sansom, yes, ma'am.
Sansom. I'm going to jump ahead to Mr. Maynard. Yes, we've noticed that there's an entry for a payment on truck for Mr. Maynard. Can you tell us a little about that?
From what I understand, there was a truck purchase from Mr. Maynard and I don't have the exact date, I apologize, but there was a contract established with him to pay a specific amount every month, and that payment we're doing our best to pay every month, being a local business as well, and the balance not being significantly high to get it paid off.
If you want to mute your mic, Mr. Hensley, although I do like listening to your dogs, I'll be honest with you. Mr. Miller, do you know what the balance is on the amount due to Mr. Maynard?
No, ma'am, I don't have that. I might be able to find it.
I can
I
ask.
don't have the.
I can ask it as a post-hearing data request.
That's
if that's
fine.
easier.
It's not very high. I wanted to say, I hesitate to say without seeing the number.
Sure, no, I understand.
Nancy, this is Ann. Can I just give the numbers? I just looked at it this weekend.
Yes, please.
It was a $6,000 note payable entered to by the district in October of 19. $500 payments, $6,000 for an F-250, I believe, with 0% interest. 12-month note.
Thank you very much. So, to go back to the list of bills for consideration. So when this list is presented to the Board of Commissioners, walk me through, who does what? Who walks through the list? Who on the board discusses it, makes decisions? I know the board as a whole will make the final decision. But can you walk?
Right,
me
yes,
through-
ma'am. So when we present the board packet, what I do is as we put together the packet with the list of bills and the finances, I actually submit the packet to the board the weekend prior to the board meeting. I try to give them several days to review that packet, so it's not just being presented to them on the day of the meeting, but they have time to review it. And then once we come to the meeting, we give the board the opportunity to review once again, make comments as necessary, and then vote on the bills for consideration. And then once the list of bills is voted on and approved, then the payments are made as cash is available.
And the board, does the board, have you explained to the board that which ones will be paid when cash is available?
We've had a discussion with the board in regards to how payments are being made. It's my understanding that they do understand.
When the decision is made, for example, with the debt service surcharge for Alliance, to apply the first priority and make that payment, is that the type of information that's communicated to the board?
With regard to the debt service surcharge and the way that it's done now, that is the type of communication that would be given to them, yes, ma'am.
So the board was informed that payments were not being made to, I'm just going to call them the four vendors, C.I. Thornburg, Zipzone, Linda Sumter, and Evans Hardware. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, I'm not certain that they were specifically informed, no, ma'am.
Okay. Is that something that would happen going forwards, though?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. For the record, though, the board chair and I have had several discussions over the past several months, and one of his primary requests, which was the reason that we developed the graph, was that he asked that we show that the vendor balances, whether they're increasing or decreasing. So the discussions have been had in the past. That's the reason we've been developing the finances in the way that we have. So we wanted to show them where the money was being applied or whether the debt was decreasing or increasing. So the discussion has been had, but in the beginning, it was not.
Let's see if I can ask this one without bringing up the document. On the list of bills for consideration, one of the entries, the header is the security deposit account customers. Are these entries a refund to customers for security deposits? And if you
Yes,
want-
ma'am, that is my understanding.
And I'm glad to bring it up if we need to look at it. I know that one of the entries on the May board packet was to Martin County Water District. And I believe the amount was about $800. Could you explain what that was for?
The May board packet,
In the May,
I'm sorry.
let me have, Ms. Warfield, can you bring up the May board packet, May 2020 board packet? It's PDF page 11. And in there are three entries. Two apparently are refunds to customers, and then one is to Martin County Water District.
I believe that is a compilation of refunds that were put into customer accounts.
So there was return to customers of about $825 in security deposits.
That is my understanding.
Why would two of the customers be indicated individually, but the remainder compiled into one heading? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that question at this time. It is something that I will have to investigate.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and include that in a post-hearing data request. I wasn't sure if there was some privacy concern, but particularly since 2 customers are listed.
No, ma'am, I don't believe that it would have been a privacy issue.
So, when the commission established the management infrastructure surcharge in November 2018, I'm going to say this as background and then I'll get to my question. It was not to be collected until the commission approved it, and it was to be used to pay a third-party management company such as Alliance. So in the November 2019 orders, when we authorized that surcharge to be collected. However, in the November 2018 order, we had specified that that amount, that surcharge was to be used only to pay management expenses and for infrastructure. And is that something that was clear to you, that how it had to be used, that limitation?
As far as the management and infrastructure surcharge, it was my understanding that that was directly related to management and infrastructure.
And I know that Mr. Sneed filed the report. Brenda, can you bring up the June 9th notice that was filed, and it's in regard to the debt service surcharge and management infrastructure? Thank you. I really want to focus on what's highlighted in yellow, and I want to be clear that I'm the one who highlighted that to make it a little easier to read. In here, there's notice that the management infrastructure funds of a little over $74,000 were deposited and withdrawn to cover revenue shortfall. And I know that Mr. Sneed filed this, but I thought I would start asking you first. Was this money applied to the balance due Alliance for its management fee?
Yes, ma'am, that is my understanding.
Okay, so it wasn't to recover revenue shortfall. It was taken out as it would have been normally.
Yes, absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And from that balance, it appears that the money has been collected but not spent out of that fund, because looking at the data we've got, Martin County Water District does not collect that much money per month in that surcharge. So can you confirm to me, was the roughly $74,000, was that the entirety of the management infrastructure surcharge budget? Balance?
Nancy, I believe that that's a question best answered by Tony.
Okay. I'm going to move on from that. And I will ask this to you and Mr. Sneed and Mr. Garrity. I believe that you are all aware that the debt service surcharge has a provision for Alliance to have first priority on the funds if Martin County Water District either does not pay or cannot pay Alliance's fee. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that Alliance is required to provide notice to the commission if Alliance is going to draw upon the debt service surcharge, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is something I've recently been made aware of.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we got that in the record.
Nancy, if I may,
Yes, please.
this is Ann.
Yes.
With your specific question with regards to the management infrastructure surcharge account, so after the last meeting that we had, and where we were informed that the Alliance fees really need to be paid out of the debt service surcharge and the management infrastructure surcharge account, what you see in June is us doing what we should be doing, which is funding the DSS account and the MIS account. And so in the past, what Alliance had done was just cut the check out of the operating funds instead of moving the money in the appropriate accounts and then paying Alliance that way. In late May, June, the notice that you are seeing is us actually moving the funds where they belong and dispersing the Alliance payment out of those accounts per the order.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. I also wanted to make sure it was understood that in terms of the priority of draw from the accounts, that the money should come from the MIS account, and then if these other conditions are such that the money should be drawn from the debt service surcharge, that would be the second priority after other sources are not available. Brenda, can I have you bring up the May 2020 board packet? We'll look at the billing summary on page 4. And this is what we touched on it before about the water sales. And again, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding here. In looking through the entirety of the report, the 2019 water sales tended to vary between 14 million gallons and 16 million gallons. Knowing that January, February, March, April are new with water sales, is there any particular reason why there would have been, it looks like tended to be higher water sales looking from June 19th through December 2019? I'm sorry, I'm speaking of gallons. I want to be clear.
Right. Yes. So these numbers that are represented here are numbers that are generated from the billing software that the district uses. And the only thing that I can say to the 2019 versus 2020 numbers are that our employees are physically reading every single meter every month at the same time every month. And that I believe the accuracy of the meter reading now is much higher than it was in the past.
Earlier, Ms. Perkins had referenced, I should follow up with you on this, that you've noticed there are apparently two different sources for billing summaries, and there was a discrepancy between them. And if you've already answered that question, I apologize. Is that the case? Do you have two different systems that give you two different numbers for these?
No, ma'am. The billing software that is currently being utilized leaves quite a bit to be desired when it comes to generating information and reporting. There's one IT person that actually wrote this software from an Access database. Whenever a report needs to be created, they have to call him and ask him to create it and explain what it is that they want and try to make it understand. So there are some confusing reports that come up sometimes, and there are some reports that are not necessary. And it's a little bit cumbersome to use at times. So unfortunately, that's the primary reason for our push to get a new billing software installed.
In the activity reports, there's a reference to one of Alliance's goals is to, for Martin County to be a 100% metered district moving forward. Knowing that there's only 2 that you haven't located, would you say that what is the status of the goal to be 100% metered?
I would say the status of the goal to be 100% metered is moving forward. Knowing that we have 2 that are not located, that's kind of separate to me from the 100% metered as well, and that we're also, when referencing the 100% metered, we're referencing customers that have 1 meter for multiple properties. Customers that have 3 or 4 meters on one property, and that has been a goal of ours, was to establish those customers, and I'm sure you can understand that that's a pretty difficult task. It's something I think we're going to be doing for a very long time. But there is, we have identified approximately 28 customers, and I believe that as of yesterday, we had replaced 7. We actually installed 7 new meters and taps for customers that were on 1 meter. So that would mean a total, if I remember correctly, a total of 14 customers that were separated. So seven taps were turned into 14 in the past month. So we're moving forward in that process, but it's going to be a process as we identify a lot of the customers. You know, sometimes a customer, if you ask a customer if they have Martin County water, the answer is we have a well. We have it's a difficult time trying to really prove that. Fortunately, we have some other methods that we're utilizing to try to track that information down.
Sure. I've got one question left for you, and this is from, Brenda, can you bring up the June 12th response to the data request? And it would be on page 3. And this is what Alliance filed in response to a question that we had about sales at the Honey Branch take to the Prestonburg Utilities. I'm looking down here at in the bottom chart that says invoice date, gallons, revenue, expense.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the line for February 19th, 2020 to March 18th, the numbers in red indicate, the Prestonsburg is providing more water to the prison.
Yes, ma'am.
We're trying to understand how so that would be basically a negative number of gallons reported, but there's revenue. And can you explain how that's possible?
Without having the contract in front of me, I can't give you the exact number, but I do know the answer. The answer is that there is a base amount of water that is provided, similar to what our customers have a base fee for the first 2,000 gallons, a minimum fee, and that is what I don't know, unfortunately, exactly how many gallons it is, but there's a minimum fee associated, and they did not meet that requirement, so therefore they still owed us a bill.
Thank you. I don't think we need to get the numbers. We just needed to understand why that happened. Staff has no further questions at this time.
Commissioner Cicero, questions?
Brenda, can you go back to that billing summary that Ms. Vinsel just had up before the last exhibit?
It's from the May 2020 board packet.
That one. So just to clarify for me, you stated that in December, it was 313 negative reads because of overestimations, in which case you would think that January's number would be lower because of those 300 and negative reads. Does that sound logical?
Correct.
But if I look at January, both the revenue and the gallons are the highest they were so far this year, even with the negative reads in December.
Yes, sir.
Is there an explanation for that?
The only explanation that I have for the gallons in January of 20 is it's possible that there were, reading the meters, as we read the meters physically, I do not have an answer for you.
Fair enough. If I look at the year-to-date totals, April 2019 revenue was $837,064. In April of 2020, the total was $771,539. The average per month for 2020 was $193,000. The average per month in 2019 was $209,000, or $16,000 less for the 4 months in 2020, or about $50,000 total in less revenue billed. You've indicated that all the meters are being read now. Is there a reason why you'd be averaging $16,000 less a month in revenue than you were in 2019?
The only explanation that I could come up with is the possibility of a large commercial user using less water, maybe. I don't have an answer.
Okay, so then let me ask.
Sir, excuse
Yeah.
me, this is Ann. Can I help clarify something?
Absolutely.
Okay, so January 20 and prior includes additional charges that are not being tracked in revenue. So those numbers will include sales tax, adjustments, and all of the other things that I mentioned earlier that I've excluded since. This report for the May 20 reporting for the June board packet will have these numbers adjusted so that it better matches the revenue that we are reporting.
So I think you indicated that it was about $6,500 a month for pass-throughs and for...
Right, but penalties are about 10, adjustments can vary. So there's quite a bit of additional items that are being included in a total billing that for the purpose of this report should have been excluded, because the goal of this report was just to report on residential, commercial, and commercial exempt water sales.
All right, then let's just look at the gallons, okay?
And then I have one more comment on that. So for the March gallons, what Craig and I specifically talked about this morning was I had another report from the system. Please understand that when I was preparing the March numbers, I was still trying to get to know the billing software. And what we found are two different conflicting reports off of the same billing software. One is called a billing statistical report, which is where I pulled the March number. All of the other numbers that you see on here are based on invoice usage reports. Not knowing that there would be any variances in the reports when staff gave me the same numbers, or so I thought, to provide the March number. I expected the billing software to be reporting the same number, and in this scenario, it does not. And also, these gallons that are being reported here are only gallons sold to those three classes of customers. It does not include the Prestonburg gallon numbers that are included in Mr. Miller's operations reports.
So we're back to numbers that may not be apples to apples comparison. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you look at this report and believe it's useful the way it's presented? Even if the numbers were correct, do you think it provides enough information that it's useful for management?
So, sir, this is a learning experience for me. I have been doing financial statements for Alliance's clients for a number of years, but we've not really had as much experience with where your relationship with Prestonburg, and while we may know that we operate there, there was certainly a disconnect between Mr. Miller and I as far as the Prestonburg numbers. It didn't even dawn on me to add Prestonburg numbers on this sheet because it didn't go through the billing software.
So I only asked the question because I want to make a suggestion, okay?
Right.
You show the number of gallons and the number of customers, and if you divide those numbers, the average varies from just over 3,000 to 4,400 per month per customer. So there's no rhyme or reason why the variation should be so great. Why don't you look at the number of customers and usage by industrial, commercial, and residential so that you have an idea whether you're getting variations, significant variations by customer in a class. Then you would have to look and say, I don't know whether I had a large industrial user that threw off or skewed the whole consumption per customer.
Sir, that makes perfect sense. I do not know if the billing software that they have is capable of disseminating the gallons per class the way it should.
I know, but I'm hoping you're
Because that may not be a report that's been previously requested.
and I'm hoping your new software will be able to do that.
It absolutely does.
Good, then you'll be able to go forward with that and have a new management tool that you can analyze numbers with.
Sir, that's been the goal from day one.
Okay, so I just have one more question for Mr. Miller. And basically, since you haven't found any significant numbers of meters that are faulty or customers that are not metered, are we saying that the water loss of 70% is a real number?
Yes, sir.
So we're at a 70% water loss. Correct?
Yes, sir. The numbers for the month of May were actually 66%, but yes, sir, that is the number as we know it to be accurate.
And is there a plan? I don't know if there's even any need to ask this question. Certainly you're trying to come up with some kind of plan to make that number at least.
Yes, sir. It's a primary priority of James Ford, our local manager, and myself. We are working with Kentucky Rural Water Association as well as our staff to develop a great plan to do more leak detection. We purchased a new leak detector for the crews, and we're developing and training our teams on how to find locations. So we actually were able to find one specific location last month that helped actually reduce our water loss, and we were able to track that. We have metered zones that were not being utilized properly that we're going to start utilizing with master meters. We have a theft of water policy that we're getting ready to bring to the board that could have a significant impact on water loss. Theft of water is something that is it's a problem. It's a problem like I've never seen in any utility I've worked for in the past. So as we present the board with the theft of water policy and how we're going to manage that, I believe that that's going to have a significant impact on water loss. So we do have a plan. We are working that plan and praying and hoping that we see significant changes in the future, near future.
Well, prayer is always a good management tool, but there's finding a good, effective plan also works really well.
Absolutely, that is our goal.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
Just a couple. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Miller, you discussed the theft of water just now, and you said it was the largest you had encountered in any of your work with any other system. Do you have an estimate for how large that is? Like of the 66% water loss, what proportion of that you would guess?
It wouldn't be fair for me to give you a guess, because it would be a guess. I don't have I can't give you an accurate number, but
I know it wouldn't be accurate. I was just looking for an order of magnitude, half, a third, 25%.
it wouldn't surprise me if we're 10%, 15% area. That maybe would be I believe would be a relatively decent number, but it's hard to say because it's an ongoing problem, and that when that water's not being captured, the customers, these people are intelligent. People are intelligent. They're not, that especially when they're finding ways to steal water. I've not encountered anything like it, so they know when we read our meters now, so we have to go back, and customers that are habitual, we have to go back and check after meter reading to see if they hold a meter. And in the past, there hasn't been consistency in how we handle those. So I'm hoping that as we bring this theft of water to the board and start to handle it in a more forceful and appropriate way and consistent way, that we'll be able to generate a more accurate estimate of how much of an impact that would be.
Is the local hardware store still selling what's, I guess, commonly called Cheeto bars?
Not that I'm aware of, no ma'am.
And speaking of Evans Hardware and the rather large interest charge they're charging, knowing what financial condition the system is in, and still charging, what, $8,000 a month? Is that what you said, Ms. Perkins?
The balance is increasing. I did not, yes, based on what we have from December to April, about $8,000, that is correct.
One of the reasons we looked at Alliance for taking over the system was, in managing it, was purchasing in bulk, being able to have inventory on hand, alternative, just running to Evans when you needed something. Where are we in terms of getting to that cost savings?
So James and I recently, last week, sat down with a vendor, an outside vendor that is willing to provide us with a no-cost inventory system. It's actually a company that's local. They're willing to come in and every Friday do a physical count. They're also willing to partner with us in ensuring that we have those bins filled. And so we're discussing with them how we're going to go about doing that. Alliance has used them already to buy some water-related products from them. So that's something that we're looking at. And primarily when it comes to Evans, we go to Evans, we're not buying water related. Oftentimes it's not water related things such as, Ford couplings and things like that. The things that we buy from Evans are going to be things like cleaning products and tools and odds and ends related to working in dirt or, around the plant and things like that. So a lot of our water related products we're looking to bring in a company to do an inventory control system for us, so that we can manage that better and have more control of our inventory as well. And it's something that I've actually considered but haven't followed up with as far as things like nuts and bolts. There are companies out there that provide the same thing, but we haven't gone that far yet. Right now we're focusing on our water-related inventory.
Okay, and that's what I knew that it would take some amount of time, but there has to be an alternative. And I understand that a half an hour to run the loads each way is not optimal when you're in the middle of fixing something, but having the correct tools on hand and being able to anticipate, I think, comes with time, and I expect to get there. That was the only question I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, I agree with Commissioner Matthews and Vice Chairman Cicero. Something, I don't know what Mr. Evans, or who owns Evans, but it seems to me like you spend an awful lot of money at a local hardware store for things that could be anticipated and maybe purchased in bulk or bought somewhere else, especially where you're paying, I assume, fairly substantial interest charges on the debt. And I guess Mr. Evans or Evans Hardware is entitled to interest, but that needs to be, I think, a priority of changing suppliers and getting that debt paid. One question that I have is, you talked about meters, and I'm not sure I understood. At some point in December or January, there were over 300 negative read meters. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And those negative read meters, were you found the result of estimates that had been bills that had been overestimated for the previous month?
So the bills that would have been issued in January for the month of December's reads, they would have gone out on January 20th. Those bills would have had negative read meters on them that were corrected. Yes, sir. So in December, when they estimated all the reads, they overestimated 313 or so, and some backflow issues, I believe, but they overestimated 313. And then in January, when we read them again, we got the actual physical reads, took them into the office, and then when we input the reads, the bills were adjusted at that point.
How do you know that they were overestimated? The meter readers that you have now, are they employees of yours?
They are.
And when did the district have contract meter readers?
Prior to January 1.
And when you hired meter readers, did you hire the contractors? The people who
We did not.
been contractors?
The first couple of months, one of the contractors, we made a part-time employee, and she assisted a team. So what we have now is, instead of having one person read meters, we have teams of 2 individuals, typically one reading and one writing as they're going through the different areas. And those teams go through each book and then come back and they give a log sheet of what they did, what they read. And then, but I believe in February or March, actually, that meter reader tendered her resignation and went on to do other things. So we just continued on with our distribution staff doing the meter reading.
Well, the reason
But she was,
I ask is that in at least one other district, and maybe one or two, I mean, we found evidence, I think, that the meter readers weren't actually reading meters, or they were recording amounts that didn't really represent what the customer was using. And I just wondered if you had any way of being able to check on your meter readers to see that you were getting accurate readings.
Well, we do have a way of checking on them, just to kind of, and maybe relieve some of your concerns. We had an employee who we actually caught falsifying meter reads during the month of February, I believe, and we terminated him pending after an investigation. And his termination was based on falsification of documentation, and that falsification was writing down a meter reading that he didn't actually read. The employees know that if we do spot checks, which I've done spot checks, and some of my staff members have done spot checks, if the billing office sees a discrepancy that they think is odd, they'll send another reader out to verify that reading. And we're trying to check and double check. Unfortunately, accidents happen. We do make mistakes. Sometimes things, a number gets written down incorrectly. And typically, as it was the case with a customer a couple of months ago that was overread by 10,000 gallons, we caught that reading and were able to, thanks to the customer calling in, but we did go out and verify it, and we corrected it immediately. Accidents do happen. They're humans, but if it's intentional, they will be terminated, and they know that.
Well, I mean, the reason that I suspect that erroneous meter reading is always a problem in some districts, and I assume, perhaps that's true in Martin County. I'm not going to say who or name the customer, but I personally was told by someone that a meter reader had told a person that a certain customer of Martin County Water District only got billed for water in excess of 30,000 gallons a month. Obviously, that's not a residential customer. So I don't know if that's true or untrue, but I suspect that as much as can be done to verify the accuracy of water usage would probably be beneficial to the Martin County Water District.
I am not aware of any scenario like that at all. And I would be shocked if that was the case. I can't speak for what was done in the past, but right now we read every single meter. The ladies in the billing office enter those readings. We've made some changes in the billing office, moved some people around to increase accuracy and speed of entering data. And we're doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that we are being accurate and complete.
Do you have a way of checking to see that the information that's provided by the meter readers to your office staff is being correctly recorded so that the bills are accurate? The bills that are sent to the customers accurately reflect what is read by the meter readers?
We do. So we have books that the meter readers physically write the entire number down. One of the things that was being done in the past was they were only writing down 4 digits from the reading. I think that caused some confusion. So what we started doing was writing down the entire meter reading. Those records are kept on file in the office. And at the end of the day, they also log on a separate log sheet exactly how many meters they read and what areas. They write down any theft of waters that they identified, any meters that they had a difficult time reading, and then that generates a list for us to go back and double check They also turn into me daily how many meters are being read. And then, of course, I can spot check any data entry into the billing software based on the meter numbers that are written down by the meter readers.
I have no further questions. Ms. Cromer, do you have questions?
I do, thank you. I hope I am off mute.
That's correct, you are.
Yes, okay, good. I just want to ask this again, Craig, because I just want to make sure that we're understanding. I think Ms. Perkins had said that you all were experiencing a $10,000 a month revenue loss from COVID. Can you tell me, can you verify that or say, what you all are doing to track that?
Well, yes, ma'am. Those numbers are fairly easily trackable based on the income generated from late fees, disconnect fees, and reconnect fees. And we can actually get that information from our billing software. And based on the numbers that we've seen, we've lost, I believe, $8,000 and I can't remember the month now, but it was $8,000 the first month. I think maybe it was the month of March, and then $12,000 in the month of April. So, or April and May. So,
does that mean that you're using that billing software and calculating what you would be getting if you were charging those fees and going through with those disconnects?
It's correct. It's based on customer. Well, we have customers that aren't paying their bill, right? So if you're not going to get disconnected, why pay your bill? We can't go out and shut them off. So we currently have customers that aren't paying. And so we can base our information just simply from customers that haven't paid.
And are you reporting that information to the board?
We have not reported that information to the board.
Thank you. I would
Not
like
on
to
a board
go.
packet. I should say not on a board packet. We have communicated with the board chair that there are going to be some differences, but we haven't put it in the board packet.
Okay. And I guess there have been a lot of questions about the sort of accuracy of the numbers that are in the billing statement as far as the gallons that are the usage amounts, and in particular, two different reports that may have generated some variance in some of the numbers, but it does look like usage has gone down. Is that, do you see a trend?
Based on the numbers that we're seeing, it does seem that way. Every water district is a little bit different when it comes to trends in water use. Typically, you see a large amount of usage in the summer months. People filling pools, people spraying their kids off, things of that nature. And then a lot of times in the winter months, you'll see higher usages from leaks and things of that nature on customers in customers' homes and on their services. This period of time with the crews working on fixing leaks and service leaks and things of that nature, I believe the numbers to be as accurate as we can obtain at this time. So the numbers are what they are.
Okay. And what they are is a good bit less reported last year.
Correct.
So there is significant decline in revenue because of decreased usage.
Correct.
And I guess it's the quick catch-22, but do you attribute any of that decrease in usage to any of the meter audit work that you all have done?
I think that there can be some contributors to that, yes.
Done has caused the usage to maybe be more accurately reflected than it was previously, and therefore decreased.
I believe that could be some of the case, yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to talk a little bit about the list of bills for consideration, and you all provided them. I apologize, I turned off my camera because I have had some issues with internet, and I believe I was starting to have connectivity issues, so I hope that you can hear me okay, even though you can no longer see me.
Yes.
But Okay, so for the list of bills for consideration that you all had provided in your most recent filing, I think it was on Friday evening, I just wanted to mention or ask about a couple of things. And I guess just starting with January, and this is a general question for all of the list of bills for consideration. In each instance, we have 2 pages of bills that are listed for consideration. And the second page looks like it has sort of the ongoing debt payments that are consistent month to month. And then you also have payments listed for the DSS account, and then payment plans for the revenue account, or revenue account payment plans, revenue account is how it's listed. Am I to understand, and I guess let me take that back and let's talk about February. Am I to understand that even though this was what was presented to the board as a list of bills for consideration, the bills for past due vendor amounts were not actually being considered for payment? The amounts on the second page, starting with PI Thornburg 2018 invoices, are not actually being paid that month?
That is correct. They were not paid that month.
Okay, so the same thing for March, the DSS account, the payment plans revenue account. Those are not actually a listing of bills that are being considered for payment by the board.
Well, they are a list of bills being considered for payment. The goal is to pay every bill that we have, that the district and that alliance has. That is always the goal. And because of the way that the board meetings fall on the 4th Tuesday of every month, our goal is to prepare for the upcoming month. So we provide them a list of bills that we intend on paying on a cash as we receive the cash that we can pay them with. That list of bills specifically says if cash available. So as if you can see on the DSS account, that line item says current payment plan based on cash availability. So the bills, we have every intention of paying them, but if we don't have the money to pay them, we simply cannot.
So the payment plans revenue account, the ones that aren't the DSS, but I don't know, maybe include some of those stub payment debts and the vendor outstanding balances, that should say the same thing based on cash availability.
It should, yes.
And this was created with the understanding that there wasn't available cash for those bills. This is just.
I don't believe it was created with that understanding in the beginning, but as we've moved forward in the past 6 months, we have an understanding that that's the situation that we're in, and it's something that we've continued to inform the board of along the way. Is the status of cash availability and where we stand.
Okay. Okay, so I think I have a better understanding of how this is presented. So it's basically, if you all have money to pay all your bills, these are the bills for that month that are due, essentially.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
should be paid. There's money to do so. Okay. I wanted to mention, and I think I just want to clarify something that Ms. Wenzel had talked about, and just she was going to do a post-hearing data request. It's about the deposit accounts payments to the Martin County Water District, and I believe she had focused on May, but I just wanted to note, if you go back to other months, there are substantial amounts. Like in April, there's a $2,520 payment to Mountain County Water District. So I would hope that post-hearing data request would include basically the entire year and not just the one that was mentioned.
Mary, this is Ann. I have some additional information with regards to that.
Yeah, that would be great.
So what I'm told is as customers move out or as their deposits are being applied, this is the water revenue portion of that deposit that's being applied. So it's making the payment to the operating or the revenue account to pay down those bills, the water bills. So it's the security deposit account paying the operations or the revenue fund for water bills that were applied for those customers' deposits. So it is in total. It's not listing each of the customers, but I'm sure that the billing software should be able to come up with who those people were as far as how much was applied.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about a couple of specific bills, and I don't know, I'm not sure how to do this without,
I'll just try it without having the exhibit in front of me, and hopefully, Craig, we can figure this out. Are you going to be able to talk about specific bills?
It would be easier if I could see what you're referring to.
let me,
So, problem is I have a paper document. I don't have the PDF in front of me. Let's see if I can find the PDF for it. Okay, so it looks like I'm on page 26 of the PDF document that the Water District submitted on Friday evening.
Okay, what's the name of that document?
Let me see.
I believe this is the response to the data request, and it was filed on June 12th.
Okay.
Right. I have it as MCWD PHDR. See, I don't know if this is me naming it. PSC submittal 12 June 20. Correct. That's it.
I wanted to ask about the CAD accounts record management collection service charge.
And actually the one right before it, I wanted to get a little more information on what those were.
Okay. So the CAD accounts record, that's a collection service that used to be utilized by the district that we are not currently using. I believe Ann may be able to answer that one better as to what the payment was actually for.
Let me just state my concern. My concern is that in my understanding of the contract, I would have thought that any billings and collections would be within Alliance's scope of service. So I'm wondering about, whether you all interpret that to be within or outside Alliance's scope of service, and then the date at which, those collection services were performed would be important to that too.
As far as Alliance's scope of service being collection, I don't know the answer to that. I would have to defer to Tony for that answer. And I'm not sure.
Craig, this is Ann. Mary, if I may, in talking with Katrina, who was there before Alliance started, with the CAD accounts receivable management, I believe each customer that's being sent to the bad debt collection is maybe charged $12 on their account. And so in turning around, really the customer was charged $12, but then Martin County Water District is turning around and paying it to the CAD, Accounts Receivable Management. So unless there's an item in the contract that I'm not aware of, this amount should stay within the district budget.
Okay, and it's a pass-through, as I'm understanding.
That is my understanding as well.
Okay. And the one before, the Tech 2000?
The Tech 2000 invoice, when I saw this, I pointed it out to the office, and so that bill has been voided and reissued, and Alliance has paid that vendor.
Okay, so no check was actually cut for 2520?
Not for this service, no. If you see any other Tech 2000 payments, it would be for prior to 1/1, as anything past 1/1 would be an Alliance bill.
Okay.
The same will go if you go above that 8833. Alliance reimbursed the district for that $88.33. Item number 10.
Item number 10, that's Ashland Office Supply?
That is correct.
That was on my list, thank you. And there was another Ashland Office Supply that showed up later in May, looks like. Is that the same? Well, it looks like it's a recurrent charge, so. Can you tell me what's
Mary,
happening?
I don't know the status of that particular invoice, but if the district actually paid it, then Alliance will be owing that amount back to the district. As you know, the office is also learning what's covered and not covered under the Alliance contract. And so as we're catching items, I believe in the January list of bills, I found the $4.50 charge to the U.S. Post Office that I think we'll be doing some catch up as far as making sure that the district isn't paying for expenses that it should not be paying for.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear. I'll just also note, I think maybe that would fall in that line is the notice that was put in the paper for this hearing shows up. Let me switch gears, and I thank you for that exhibit. I am done looking at that. I did have another question, and I apologize. I suspect it has been asked at some point before, but it's regarding the vendor balance summaries. In all instances, it shows 2 vendor balances for Evans, and I wanted to get some understanding of what those 2 are, why there are 2.
I believe, I don't know the answer to the Evans Hardware, why there's 2 invoices, or why there's 2 different debts.
Okay.
I believe one is a past the 2000, anything incurred in that stub period, I believe. And then the one that is related to the DSS, that is the approved amount that goes into comes from the DSS account. But that Evans Hardware number 2, I believe those numbers are that stub period 2018.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, Craig, I've already asked about this, but I will ask you, do you, from your understanding, has Alliance been asked to do anything, or have you all performed any services that you believe are outside of the scope of services of the contract?
I don't believe that we've done anything that is outside of the services of the scope of our contract, no.
Okay.
Mary, this is Ann. The only thing that comes to mind is Alliance acquiring a billing software for the district.
Right, except
That normally be a capital expense that the district would incur, but because there was dire need and it was something that would also help us perform our jobs better, it was a cost that Alliance has taken upon itself to go ahead and pursue for the district.
And is that billing software, is that a sort of a standalone platform, or is that something that Alliance uses in-house? Is it, I mean, is the district getting a standalone piece of software, or is it going to be tied to the Alliance software and just getting sort of a user, becoming a user of the Alliance software?
It would be a standalone software, Mary, but it's a software that we're familiar with using, use in many other districts and utilities. It's a Tyler Technologies product that is becomes highly recommended. It has a great support system with it as well. So it will be a standalone unit, standalone system, but we will obviously be very adept at using it as well.
And do you have an estimate on the annual cost of that software?
Ann probably has a specific number if there's an annual service fee associated with it. I'm not sure what that number is. Typically with those type of products, there is some type of IT backup service contract, but they already kind of had one with the old Access database stuff. That's that Tech 2000 support that they use now. So I don't believe that it would be significantly different than what they're already paying. Or what they would have been paying in the past, I should say.
Okay. I believe I have no more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Cumbo, questions? Mr. Cumbo, any questions? Is Brian there? Looks like I can't see him on the screen.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, couldn't see you. Do you have any questions on me? Do you have any
Yeah,
questions?
I've been talking. I don't know what's happened. No, I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Well, it's now 5 after 12, so why don't we take a lunch break till 1 o'clock, and then when we get back, I guess, Ms. Vincel, you need to make a determination about Mr. Kerr fairly soon. Okay, well, thank you. We'll then take a lunch break until 1 o'clock, and we'll be back on the record then. Thank you. Okay, is everyone on? Anyone?
I don't do that.
I don't have any.
There we go.
There, yep, there they are.
Oh, okay.
Takes a minute.
All right, we're, everyone looks like we're here, so we're now back on the record. Ms. Vincel, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Chairman, I have just a few questions for Mr. Sneed and Mr. Garrity. Why don't I at least start with Mr. Sneed, and we'll see where we're going, and then
Okay, and you'll have
potentially call Mr.
enough
Kerr.
time for Mr. Kerr, right, so he can leave by 2 o'clock?
Yes, I will definitely watch for that.
All right, Mr. Sneed, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Vincel, you may ask.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sneed.
Good afternoon. Almost said good morning as well. Yeah.
You know, these days I get lost in the date and the time.
Ms. Vincel, before you start with the questions, can I circle back to a couple of items that I think would help?
Yes, I very much appreciate that.
I didn't jump in because I had not been sworn in yet, but I was on the edge of my seat. So if you could pull up the excludes the snapshot of cash, if they could pull that snapshot of cash up, I just want to make sure we're on the same page about that. And while we're doing that, the Evans Hardware interest rate is 16%.
I'm sorry,
And
how much is it? 16, 16?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I wanted to clarify, it's 16?
Yes, ma'am. So we will formally answer that when we get the request, but just for the sake of everyone here, that's what the interest rate is.
Now, wait, hold on.
While you're pulling
Evans is charging,
the,
excuse me, Evans is charging 16% interest on the debt? 16,
yes, sir, and we will
16?
verify.
Is Evans charging 16% interest?
Yes, sir.
Wow. I don't know. There used to be a usury statute in Kentucky,
There is.
but I don't know if that's for the present case, but we need to take a look at that. That's unbelievable.
And so just a little bit, I know there was some concern about, but the district and Evans, any purchases that Evans is coming through Alliance now, the district is not paying those. And we have set up a vehicle inventory list, a critical spare parts list. And at some point, we're going to be buying in bulk those critical spare parts and even further reducing the need for Evans, to Ms. Matthews' point. There is an inventory system management plan in place and working towards being fulfilled. But
Can I, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Is there a contract, do you know if Martin County has a contract with Evans in regard to
well,
this debt?
when we get the formal request, we're going to go look for those and include any contracts we have with any vendors in the response.
Okay, thank you.
And so if I could just touch on if she could pull up the cash basis snapshot, I think it's important and answers some of Commissioner Cicero's questions, as well as sets up what I expect is going to be some questions about rate setting.
Cabrenda, that's in the May 2020 board packet on page 6.
It's also in the submittal on page 23.
That's like a credit card.
Cabrenda, can I have, can I have you go to page 6 on this, in this exhibit?
Okay. Just to, Mr. Cicero asked about footnotes before, and the footnote he was referring to is actually in footnote 3. The operations account does include the DSS and the MIS. If you were truly looking at this, and you're correct from a cash basis, the MIS is used to pay Alliance. So if you really were looking at this and wanted to know what we're short from a cash basis, you would deduct out the MIS, but not the DSS. And that, for example, in May was 15,900. You pull that out, that leaves 36,000, or let's say 37,000. And if you divide that by 3,400 customers, you would need an $11 increase just to cover the minimum operating expenses and be able to fund the DSS. This doesn't include any depreciation, obviously, but that's just the ballpark range of where we're at. And I want everybody to be on the same page, but understanding that I tried to stick a footnote in there.
So let me interject since you're trying to answer my question.
Sure.
I would say that while you say the footnote number 3 addresses that, the fact that there was no communication with the commission regarding transfers in or transfers out of either of those surcharge accounts without the commission's permission, they wouldn't know that those funds were being used to pay Alliance, and therefore still couldn't do the calculation because of being unaware of what activity was occurring.
Yeah. Understand completely. I guess my point was that was my attempt at putting a footnote in there. And the MIS and the DSS going right to paying. So if I understand correctly now, just to make sure I'm on the same page, we'll deposit the MIS, but we go ahead and apply that, and then we notify on the DSS each month. That's our, and the MIS number I put in the notification, just so you're aware, that was the year-to-date MIS funds received, that $70-something thousand. But I understand your point completely. We blew the notification. That's on me.
I think that if you were going to make the exhibit worthwhile, you would title the last line on there, cash basis to fully fund. The next line should be reduced for non-funding of DSS and MIS, to put the dollar amount in, and the final should be true cash basis or something similar to that, which would have the subtraction out of it to know what the true cash position is, because obviously while we want to pay off the other balances, there's got to be some kind of plan going forward where you negotiate with the vendors like you've said you're going to, and that those funds can actually eventually be used for the purposes they were intended for. But looking from the perspective that that isn't occurring right now, there should be another line down there that becomes the critical line.
Yeah, understand completely. I'll make those adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just because I want to get this in the record today, Kentucky does have a usury statute. It's KRS 360.010. And as of July 14th, 2018, the legal rate of interest is capped at 8% per annum. If there's a contract, it can be more, to be fair. But it sounds as if Martin County is paying substantially over the legal cap on the limit.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. And again, we're going to verify that in the official response, along with any contracts that may or may not pertain to interest.
Well, if there's a contract, I want to see a copy of it, because some members of a public body shouldn't be signing, any contract for interest rate that's twice the legal interest rate by statute. And when we agreed, the Martin County Water District came before the commission and wanted to establish a priority of payment of these long-term debts. And they said, well, that the four local, that Thornburg plus Zip Zone, Linda Sumner, and Evans Hardware had agreed to take a place at the back of the line because they knew ultimately they'd get paid. We were never told and would never have approved any kind of agreement or priority if we had known that Evans was somehow charging and the water district was intending to pay interest rate at 16%. I can absolutely tell you that. So if there is a written contract, I'd like to have a copy of it, and if there were board minutes of the Martin County Water District where they approve such payment, I'd like to see that as well, and it ought to be filed in the record. Thank you. No,
Okay.
I have nothing else.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, can I make a suggestion? I hate to interrupt and do this, but given that it's 1:12 and Mr. Kerr is going to have to leave at 2 o'clock, what if we put Mr. Kerr on the stand right
Right,
now?
that'd be fine. That'd be fine.
Maybe
And-
Mr. Kerr has information about this contract.
I was thinking that very thought.
Mr. Kerr may know, he can tell us. Mr. Kerr, can you take the stand here for a second? All right, Mr. Kerr, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may ask, Ms. Vincent.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Kerr, let's start with this Evans Hardware issue. Are you aware of any contract between Martin County Water District and Evans Hardware?
No, ma'am.
And were you aware that Evans was charging 16% interest rate?
I was aware that it was somewhere in that range, yes.
Did anyone question why the rate was 16%?
I talked to the owner of Evans Hardware multiple times, asked that question, and I've never really given a real answer. The answer I'm always given is that, look, when you guys get to the point where you can get a loan and pay us in full, then we will get rid of all the interest. We'll get rid of some of the principal. They've committed, not in writing, of course, but verbally to me that that's what would happen when the time comes. So they verbally committed to me that they will reduce or get rid of all interest charged.
So I'm curious, Mr. Gumbo or no one else thought to check what the maximum nursery laws were in Kentucky?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is the first time I was aware that there was a 16% interest being tacked on that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Cumbo, can I have you repeat that? I heard it, but it was very, very quiet.
This is the first awareness that I had that Evans was charging 16% interest.
Okay, so nobody advised you of the 16% rate for Evans Hardware?
That's correct.
And it would be one thing if this was a small balance that we're talking about for 16%, but it appears that $8,000 a month is going as an increase for interest charges being charged by Evans Hardware. So I think the magnitude of it is significant.
I agree.
With a business like that, you'd think Evans Hardware would be a prime takeover target for somebody.
Now that you've been informed of this, Mr. Kirk, will the board take any action in regard to this?
I'm sure after today that I'll sit down with Craig and Tony with Alliance and Brian, and we will take some action, yes.
Can I suggest part of the action being that anything in excess of the 8% has to be credited back to the balance of the amount principal?
Sure.
Mr. Kirk, can you walk us through, from the board side, when you get a list of bills of consideration, what are the decision points and what kind of discussion goes on with the board at the meetings?
Well, we get the board packet, I don't know, I think Craig said 2 or 3 days. I usually get it over the weekend and I review, and I can only speak to how I review the board packet, but I go through it fairly detailed. I have an understanding that these are the bills that we will pay if money is available. And then when we come to the board meeting, I ask if there's any discussion or questions, because all the board members have had the same opportunity I've had to review. And if there are any questions, we discuss those there. If not, I ask for a motion to approve those bills.
And when the bills are ultimately paid, will you know what's paid and what's not paid the next month by reviewing the financial information?
I don't believe that we're given a list necessarily of what's paid and what's not. Generally, it's just the new set of bills that are to be paid. But, I mean, we've had conversations. There's things I've been asking for to be added to the board packet as they get a better handle on the finances. That is one of those things, along with a true income statement, a P&L, so to speak, along with some information on the debt that they've added monthly as we've discussed and as they've been able to build the financial packet. And I think in the next few months, you'll see a much more extensive packet based on conversations that we've had.
Given that the past few months, the debt service surcharge funds collected went to pay Alliance's fee, what plans does the board have? Well, first of all, at what point was the board aware of that situation?
I've been aware. I knew it would probably happen before Alliance even got here. As far as being aware that it was happening, what John Paul and I met with Tony and Craig probably in February, had a discussion with them on what was going on. I wasn't aware that the money wasn't being directly deposited into the service accounts and then taken out. I was aware that we were not paying the vendors and have been aware pretty much the whole time that was going to occur, and that we were using those funds to pay the debt to Alliance. But as far as any plans necessarily, there are different things that we've discussed amongst ourselves as plans to address that in the future. And I think you've heard most everybody that's testified so far today that the board will be presented something in, July, to kind of see what we're going to do going forward.
Mr. Kerr, I swore, you were sworn in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Vice Chairman Cicero didn't recall. But I thought that I had sworn you in.
I think this covers everything actually that we have from Mr. Kerr. Most everything else has already been answered.
Okay. Vice Chairman Cicero, any questions?
No, I don't have any additional questions. Maybe one question. How do you believe the relationship with Alliance is working out in terms of improving the situation in Martin County? Do you think it's better, worse, or about the same?
No, it is much, much better. How to express this, and I'm glad you asked me that because I wanted to say this. I believe, based on what I've seen thus far, it's like a different place, the way that it's operated. We basically had the blind leading the blind for the last 2 years. You had a board that was new, that didn't really know what they were doing, that was doing everything they could to make it survive. Once Alliance came aboard, you really saw that. The training that our staff is receiving at this point is something that was desperately needed and will, long term, is going to be very, very beneficial. I would have to say that John Paul and I have probably stepped back somewhat and tried to get out of their way and allow them to do their jobs and be available to them to provide perspective on what we experienced the last few years and things that we've seen. But overall, it has been very, very positive. We actually get to behave like a board. We're also learning how to behave as a proper board. They have been providing those things to us as well and how the board should actually function for the district. And I think we're just setting the stage. And I honestly believe this, and I wouldn't say it if I didn't, that in the next 2 to 3 years, we will be one of the better managed water districts in Eastern Kentucky. I've been very pleased with the relationship, and I think given time, they've had a lot to deal with. We all know that, what they walked into. I'm not sure they knew what they were walking into, but we all knew what they were walking into, and they've handled it very well, and I've been very, very pleased.
And what is the reception that's been, as far as the community goes for Alliance? Are they, I know this would be an opinion on your part. I'm curious as if your interaction with the community has been positive or if it's been negative as far as Alliance goes.
No, overall, it's been very positive. I mean, there was some pushback locally when the decision was first made to allow Alliance to come in. I probably took a little grief, from that. But since they've been here, and I mean, I think you could even ask the staff at this point. Everybody was really nervous, but as things have moved along, they're starting to realize the benefit of the training that they're getting. I mean, this is not just for what happens here locally; it's what could happen for their careers in general. And but no, overall, it's been very positive. I mean, we've even had positive comments on the Water Warriors page that I've seen. That never happens, and we've had a few there. And I think overall, I've had people say, "Hey, my water quality even seems better." There's just been a lot of good things that have been going on. And like I said, I'm glad that we were able to partner with Alliance, and I look forward to moving forward with them in the future. I truly do. I have my expectations for what our water district can be have changed tenfold.
Well, I'm not going to ask any other questions about financials or anything like that because I think it's still a state of flux and transition for Alliance, and until they understand fully and can account for all the numbers and validate all the numbers, it would be probably not very useful for me to ask you questions about it. I'm hopeful.
No, I agree. It is. It's still a state of flux. I mean, I have it's what we all thought. I mean, you're not going to see the economies of scale even take place probably for another 6 months. I feel like in the next 6 months, you'll probably see that happen somewhat. And then I believe that as, with Mr. Lyons being in, and what I like about Mr. Lyons is he comes from an area that is very similar to ours, very mountainous, had high water loss, and he was able to succeed there. And I've already seen some success that's actually held. And I feel like the numbers I'm seeing on water loss are actually accurate now. And when I see that hold, I'm just very, very, I'm excited about where we're headed. And I think as we can bring our water loss down, you'll see those numbers kind of even themselves out.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
I don't have any questions.
And I said James Lyons, I think. I don't know why. I've called them all. I called Tony Snell after Benny Snell. I called Craig Clark, and then his name is James Ford. Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Kerr. One is, I know that the district has changed auditors. Who is the present, what's the name of the present auditing firm?
It's a company out of Missouri. The name escapes me. I'm sure if Ann is on here, she can tell you exactly the name. It was a company out of Missouri when it was sent out. They came back as the low bid, and they had a working history with Alliance, and we felt that it was important, especially right now as we try to work through trying to figure out where we are financially, that it was probably best to go with someone that they were familiar with, and like I said, it being the low bid was beneficial as well.
The only other question is, well, maybe two, other than Evans, are any of the other three long-term, I guess, creditors charging interest?
As far as I know, no. The only one that's actually charging us interest is ZipZone. Evans. ZipZone is not. I actually called to confirm that.
Do you know when Evans started charging interest? Did they always do that, or was it just as when we got to the priority payment list?
No, I feel like they've always charged it, but I would have to, again, I don't want to say that as a definitive. That's something that we will look at in our post-data request.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Ms. Cromer, questions?
Hi, yes, I do have a couple of questions, Chair Nunn. So could you confirm now ZipZone is not charging interest?
That is my understanding. I actually called and confirmed that while other testimony was going on, and I was told that they are not charging us interest.
Okay, do you know if they have at any point in the past charged interest?
I do not know that, but that's something that we can find out. I just know as of right now they are not, and I'm assuming they have not in the past.
Okay, because it looked like there was a jump in Zip Zone vendor balance.
And that could be due to, new invoices that we have found as we've tried to figure out what these balances actually are. I mean, that would be my guess is that's what that is.
Have you ever just explicitly point blank asked Evans Hardware to stop charging interest?
No, I don't know that I ever actually explicitly asked them to stop, because the conversations that we've had, yeah, the interest is there, but if they ultimately waive all of it, it didn't really matter to me. If they're going to waive all that interest and some of the principal, when we're able to get our audits complete and get a loan, I did not explicitly ask them no, and that was my thought process. So they're going to waive it all anyway. So, they have committed that to me, and as long as they hold to their word, that's what I expect will happen.
And just one more question. Has Alliance ever reported any repair cost on a single repair above $2,500?
Not to my knowledge, not as of yet.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Cumbo, questions?
No questions?
Okay, thank you. Mr.
I
Kerr,
want to say real quick, Chairman, I've missed you all and the opportunity to be questioned by the three of you.
listen, we can't wait for you to come back down here.
It's been 6 months. I was starting to think you didn't like me anymore.
I'm sorry you didn't have the pleasure of driving to Frankfurt.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, guys. No, it was good to see you all, and thank you for allowing me to go ahead and answer these questions so I can go to my meeting.
Well, you may be excused, Mr. Kerr. Have a good day.
All right, thanks, guys. See y'all later.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sneed, looks like you're back up again.
Mr. Sneed is one that Kalina said you didn't swear in.
Oh, is that right?
That was, Kalina's the one that.
Mr. Sneed, didn't I swear you in? Didn't you take the oath or not?
You did, sir. Yes, sir, you did.
That's what I thought. Well, we keep getting conflicting things, evidence here about their opinions that, well, maybe I didn't swear you in, but I thought I did. Okay, so, Ms. Vinsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I clear up one thing that Jimmy just said? Initially, when we very first started, he's probably forgotten this, but Town Point Curve had a section that had been isolated from the system, and our contract calls for repairs over $2,500 to be paid for by the district. It was kind of an emergency repair. I had crews in town. I wanted to get that repair made. It was a critical operations repair, and so I pulled the board. Pulled the three members because it would be going over that, and I think it was like a total of $4,500. That's the only one that's been outside of the contract. And I think John can attest to that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm all yours.
See, I'm trying to get back and figure out what to ask. In terms of the financial reports, has Alliance taken any steps to try to, no, strike that. So Mr. Kerr just testified that there's been ongoing conversations with board members, with you, with Mr. Miller. Reports are being revised, particularly as the financial information becomes clearer or more verifiable. But from early on, what steps did Alliance take to educate the board members on financial reports?
Well, we provided them with sample packets. We set the goal of June 30th for what a full set of financials would be. We let them know that we were initially going to come in and assess how things are being done in the office, kind of get a look at the software, figure out where to make changes. I think it's a big mistake that contractors make when they come in. They just start changing things without fully understanding the skill level systems that exist. So we let them know to be doing that. We also sat down with, when we put the list of bills and we realized what we had the funds to pay, just kind of go down and say, this is the priority that we're going to pay when funds exist, and we will list that priority on the list of bills. I think we had that discussion with John and Jimmy before we had the other two board members. And then we started, we would tell them to add anything they wanted added. And as you asked earlier about, was the board aware of us not depositing money in the debt service fund and paying Alliance? They were never explicitly told that. They knew we were short, but the mechanism, and that's probably my lack of understanding about the mechanism for that, which we now have corrected. But Jimmy was pretty adamant about knowing that he wanted to knock down the existing debt, and he wanted a graph about that, so that's in there now, that we show which way that's trending. Because obviously, if that debt is trending up, then you don't have there's a cash flow issue.
I feel like we've covered a lot of territory, and I don't want to repeat it. So I'm going to ask you an open-ended question.
Sure.
Is there something that you think the commission needs to know that's not been addressed so far today?
Well, I'm trying to find my reference material. Hold on one second. I think I may have, there we go. It's not something the commission is not aware of, but Commissioner Cicero made a point that when you initially set what the rate should be, you did it based on the information you had, and I haven't dissected that. I've gone back and looked at some of the other reports, what they were asking for, what you wound up funding, and our goal was always, hey, we want to get all the audits in, and then having plans so that we're not raising rates without seeing the benefit of being professionally managed. Having said that, there's such a shortage right now that I believe it's important for us to bring options to the board at the July meeting that we can then vet with the PSC and see if we should do something at least so that we're able to not continue to accrue debt and build that and possibly start paying it down. I don't think you're going to see the operational efficiencies have an impact for, 12 to 24 months. And we're already seeing a water loss reduction, but I caution everyone to be, I tell the guys to be cautiously optimistic because that's a very dynamic system. It's laid on rock. It's really had some poor bedding practices. And until we actually see it trending down, I've watched some previous hearings where you report one water loss and the next month it's something different. It just doesn't make any sense. We want our stuff to be factual so that the board and the PSC can make the best decision possible for Martin County. Having said that, we currently cannot ignore the fact that the revenue being generated is not covering the cost. And so we have to have some options for the board to present to the PSC. And our goal is to have that the next meeting, which follows behind us finishing our first set of financials. It's probably a lot earlier than I wanted to discuss any rate increase, but I think the concerned citizens, the board, and the PSC all need to be on the same page about the current state.
I asked this of Ms. Perkins, and I know she deferred, so I'm good, but I'm
Sure.
still going to ask it of you.
Mhm.
But for Martin County's past due expenses, is it your opinion that right now the rate set would cover expenses, again, but for all of the past due debt?
No, I think. Well, I think if we were not paying any of the, okay. So
If none of the
I
debt
think-
existed, if none of the debt
Right.
existed today,
I understand the question. You would not be funding depreciation with the current rate structure. In addition, there are things outside the Alliance contract that normally the board would be paying, that Alliance is doing their best for just normal capital improvements that were over $2,500. There is no mechanism to fund those right now. The only capital improvements that can be funded now are in the Alliance contract. So I think if you were really wanting to be able to operate without the debt, you would still have to have a minimum amount for operational improvements during the year that were considered capital improvements. And I don't think that's covered with the current rate. Did that make sense?
It did make sense.
Okay.
Staff does not have any further questions.
Commissioner Cicero?
So, Mr. Sneed, I think you were responding to my question earlier regarding, or maybe not my question, but my statement regarding how rates were developed and on the information that was provided. And I think your response basically is be patient, that there will be improvements, but it's not going to be immediate. So when we talk about water loss reduction, non-revenue or faulty meters, non-metered customers, or purchasing efficiencies, none of those are going to have an impact on reducing expenses in the near term. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they will, and some of these, so right now, let's just assume that we could drop water loss to 50%. Okay? It doesn't affect the alliance fee any. It will affect the utility bill, the power bill, which has a cost associated with it, and it will have a positive impact at the end of the year when the chemical costs are settled up. Because right now there's a chemical cap, so that's covered in the alliance fee, and then we settle up at the end of the year. So it will have a net positive effect at the end of the year. But a month-to-month operationally, you're not going to see that until we consistently hold the energy costs down for moving that water loss around, and we have a truer number for the chemical cost, and we can adjust the contract accordingly.
Well, the power bill in and of itself should be a rather substantial savings if you could reduce even, I guess, 20% on 70, 14% of your total pump required electricity and whatever else the electricity is used for that's related strictly to production.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you start chipping away at it, I don't know what that's worth in terms of your power bill, but I saw one payment there for AEP of $16,000. If it was actually a 20% reduction in that, or even a 15% reduction, that's $1,600, say $2,000, and it appears that if you took half of the interest rate reduction, that's another $4,000, that's $5,600. If you start to do all these things and have even the minor ones make an impact, and of course we thought you would find non-metered customers, and we thought you'd find improvement by repairing or replacing faulty meters, and apparently that is a non-issue at this point.
Well, we were doing, what you're exactly right about the power bill. That's going to be the biggest impact. As far as the metered customer goes, I think what we are offsetting the additional revenue that was acquired prior to us from reading the meters or estimating the meters. And so the improvements that we're making are still working to catch up with that shortfall in revenue that comes from having actual meter readings.
Actually, I would guess that you're probably already caught up in your meter reads. If you had any reason for lost revenue outside the norm, it would be the disconnects, reconnects, and non-payment of bills, which non-payment of bills really is a cash item. It's not a revenue item. You're still billing, you're just not collecting, correct?
True. And we still have, as Craig mentioned, multiple users on one meter. So there's a monthly meter fee that we're missing. We correct that. That will increase revenue, as well as the actually getting the theft of water individuals hooked up to our system.
All right, I'm not going to push the subject anymore. I think it's been discussed, and we're very interested to see what proposals are going to be given to the board for their July meeting. The only other question I would ask is if you have any kind of an update on grant money for capital spending on some of these projects that have been identified for Martin County to begin improvements.
you're referring to the $8 million ARC, that type of fund. Some of those have just been released. Projects have been released, and I don't know the specific ones. They had our last update meeting, but I can get that to you in writing, or Craig could probably jump on and let you know the status. But the raw water intake project is underway, and the plant projects, I believe they've started to let the plans out, but maybe Craig could jump in and answer where they're at specifically.
We actually, one major project was the Lovely line replacement project, which has gone out for construction, or has gone out for bid. The bids have been received, and I believe that a selection was made on that as far as a construction company to do that job. And then also, as Tony stated, that the raw water pump build and those pumps were delivered. And then the raw water intake project is still under review. Then the water plant project, we did receive some approvals back from the Division of Water for that project as well, so it's moving forward.
So is any time being utilized from district personnel on these capital projects?
Not at this time, other than helping, doing some assisting and getting the new pumps off of trucks and showing them where to put stuff, but no significant time by Alliance personnel is being used for these projects.
Well, and we've had some Alliance staff crunching numbers so that the engineering firm can have usage in some of these areas associated with meters for their modeling. So they look at their line replacement and that kind of thing. But there's nothing significant.
The other reason why I ask is if there was labor being utilized for capital spending that's funded by grants, that money would come out of the operating and expense budget and help your cash flow, I would think.
But Commissioner Cicero, the comment you made about being patient with us, I appreciate. I recognize that everybody made the decisions in the past based on the best information we have, and our goal is to get you you and the board that information to make decisions going, no matter how painful it is, to actually know where we're at and go forward. And as far as the water loss, just one note on that, it's not just that we have good intentions, we have a documented, verified plan for water loss reduction. So I know it will happen. It's just the time frame over which it happens and when you'll start seeing the benefits of that I'm cautious about, because I know you've heard things in the past that have not come to fruition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sneed. I don't have anything else, Chairman.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have anything for him, thank you.
I have no questions. Ms. Cromer?
I have one quick follow-up question, Mr. Sneed, regarding the Town Point curve.
Yes, ma'am.
Is done. So are you saying that repair, which was around $4,500, how was that paid for?
Oh, well, Alliance paid for it. So, Mary, the contract says that anything over $2,500 capital repair, it is supposed to be paid for by the district. But we had just gotten there. It was critical. I had guys in from out of town. We ordered the material. So that, and you could break it down by a piece of pipe was this, but that total repair was around $4,500. And because I knew that repair amount would be over the $2,500, I pulled the board. And so it just so happened that we had a break on a line in another place, and because that repair was made, we kept people in water. But it was something that sat there for years, and that's the only one that is repair we made that's over the $2,500.
You all paid for the cost, but did you or are you intending to get compensated for that amount from the board?
I'm sorry, to be clear with your question, it falls under the repair cap. So that is still the board's money either way. So at the end of the year, if we haven't spent I believe the repair money, and Tim can correct me, is $125,000 on the water side. So if we only spend $100,000 of that, we write a $25,000 check back to the district. So that was their money to spend either way. It's just that we spend it now and go over, but typically we are authorized to do $2,500 repairs. And that's also in the board package now. I think you requested that. So we're listing them so you know anything that's spent on that repair cap is now in the board packet.
Okay, thank you.
She finished? Oh, okay. Mr. Cumbo, questions?
No questions?
No questions? Okay. All right, do you have your next witness? Are you ready?
Yes, go with Mr. Garrity.
Mr. Garrity, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Wenzel?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Mr. Garrity, one of the benefits of being in this position is that pretty much, we've discussed pretty much everything I would have asked you otherwise. So what I would ask at this point is there something that you believe the commission should know that has not been addressed so far today?
Actually, there is one thing, and I believe Ann meant to bring it up this morning, but didn't. The staff and Ann and her team, they've been looking through the receivables, and there's about $55,000 to $60,000 that are listed on the accounts receivable that's going to be put in front of the board as written off as bad debt. Now, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't continue to pursue those accounts that were, people that left and what have you, but that will be a significant change to the accounts receivable number. It's not cash, but it is a significant accounting change. So before that happens, again, that'll be discussed with the board at the next meeting. That is something that put on your radar, just so when you see it, you'll know what's happening.
Can I ask you a quick question here? So when we initially opened proceedings on the rate increase for Martin County, and we started to discuss financials, we talked about the amount of accounts receivable that was uncollectible. And I think it was somewhere over $200,000 identified by Ms. Sumner as probable non-collectible. And so I thought at that point Martin County made an effort through Ms. Sumner to start writing off those uncollectible amounts. This is another $60,000 on top of that amount that has now been identified as uncollectible?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was included in her original $200,000 number or not. But it's $60,000 that we believe should be written off.
Is it associated with, is there a large amount associated with a small number of customers, or what?
I don't know the answer to that. I can have Ann come back on the line. She would know the details.
I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay. Tony, can you call Ann and have her come back on?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Ann, did you hear the question?
I did. So let me just, this is all part of our billing conversion project. I have asked staff to take a look at balances in the system that are possibly going to be uncollectible. And the criteria that they gave me is that all of these accounts are closed, and at this point in time, they do not believe that they are collectible. I am counting the number of customers right now. This list is going to be part of the June board packet.
Okay.
224 customers. In May, that was 224 customers, and I believe there were also about 25 to 30, 40 customers in April that staff had done.
So when we talk about 224 customers, does that mean that the 3,370 customers identified on your billing summary. Is 224 customers less, or this already reflects those not being in there?
I believe these customers, since they are closed accounts, are not reflected in that number.
So the 33.7 is active customers.
That is correct.
Okay, so just one last question for me. Can you identify what the largest amount is what single customer has the largest balance that's being written off?
It's a residential customer.
Okay,
It looks like a Jessica Step at $1,576.
okay, so that's the largest amount that's being written off for a customer.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Nancy, I'm sorry.
Is there anything else that you want the commission to know, Mr. Garrity?
No, I think we've covered it.
Staff has no further questions.
Mr. Cicero?
So, Mr. Garrity, now that you've had Martin County for almost 6 months, was this a good business decision? Are you neutral on it, or what do you have to say about it?
Well, I would say so far it's been a lot, but is it a bad business decision? No, I don't think it was a bad business decision. I will say, we know there are other distressed utilities in that part of the state. Are not pursuing any others at the moment until we get this one to the point where we're satisfied that things are financially stable. But we've had, we've put in significant company resources, which we knew we would have to, and we feel like we're on the right track in the field. The office has really been the conversation today, the office and finances, and that's still, it's in critical shape at the moment. And I think that, until we have that stabilized, I guess I won't consider it a success, but I think that we're on the right path. And many of the questions you've been asking our staff today, and specifically Ann, about reports and finances, we've asked those. I specifically asked many of those same questions myself, because it's a picture we're all trying to get clearer in our minds. So I'm confident we're on the right track. Back to your original question, was it a good business decision? I think it will turn around, and I think it'll be better, and I'm hoping that Martin County is a long-term customer for us.
Thank you. I don't have anything else, Chairman.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have anything, thank you.
I have no questions. Ms. Cromer?
Thank you. I have one question following up on the accounts receivable. It was my understanding that prior to January 1st, that the district had contracted with a collection agency for collection of past due amounts. And I think that sort of came up in earlier questioning about a bill that was for CAD, accounts receivable management, that showed up in February. Do you know at what point, I guess the first question is the district currently contracting with a collection agency for collection of past due amounts? And if not, do you know at what point that stopped?
I do not know whether they currently have a collection agency working for them. I do know that's part of the plan, but whether whether we've started that yet or not, I just don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. Cromer?
No.
Okay. Mr. Cumbo, questions? Mr. Cumbo, do you have any questions? I assume he does not. He may have been lost. Ms. Fensel, I think you have one more witness, correct?
Yes, it's Mr. Hensley.
Mr. Hensley, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Cumbo, we may have lost you earlier. I had asked if you had any questions of Mr. Garrity. Well, we may have lost Mr. Cumbo again. Ms. Fensel, why don't you go ahead and begin your questioning, Mr. Hensley?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hensley. After one of our hearings, and I apologize, I really can't remember which one, you and I spoke, and at that time you told me that you had been spending up to 40 hours a week at Martin County Water District doing administrative work, also while running your business. And at the time we had talked, you were planning to narrow that back down to a more reasonable number. So what I'm wondering right now, how is that going for you? What kind of time are you spending at Martin County Water District?
Almost zero. If they have a question about something, they'll call me, or if the girls need to see me about something, I'll run over. But really, I don't spend any time at the water company like I was.
Because
we have a management company now, and they're doing their job. And all the employees are Alliance's report employees, and so really they can't talk to me that much unless I need to go through Craig or Tony or Tim.
Mm-hmm.
In order, about specific questions that I have. Then they would tell them they can go ahead. But as an Alliance employee, they have to talk to their bosses before they can really say anything to me.
And do you still hold the position of treasurer on the board?
I am holding the position of treasurer, not because of my accounting skills, but we have had two other board members, and no one would take the position, and I didn't want to have to come and try to answer some questions, but so here I am.
Well, I appreciate your being here today. You operate your own business, do you not?
Yes.
Well, as treasurer, can you describe how you interact with Alliance?
I had a conversation with Tony Sneed and told him that I needed more up-to-date information, and he put it on a schedule, and he, myself, and Jimmy Kerr, and Katrina, the girl out at the office, met, and that's where we come up with a thing about the order in which to pay debts and things of that nature.
So it sounds like you've got, don't let me put words in your mouth. It sounds though like you have a pretty good working relationship with Alliance in that you can present them with what you want, and then there's a group or a collective effort to reach that point. Is that the case? Would you say that's accurate?
I have a very good working relationship with Alliance. Any of the people that's there that you've talked to today, I have their phone numbers. If I have a question about anything, they pick up the phone. They answer me. If they're not unable to answer me, they always call me back. It's a very good working relationship. If they need something, they also know to call me.
Well, Mr. Hensley, I think we've covered pretty much everything else that I was going to ask, so I'm going to give you this opportunity. Is there something that you think has not been discussed today that the commission should know?
The first thing one of the first meetings that I had with Tim and Craig after they took over was that I wanted to make sure that I had issues with meter reading. And I wanted to make sure, that was my number one priority, was to make sure that our meters were being read at around the same time every month and on a consistent basis. I didn't think they were being done that way, and I do believe that they are now. And, that's been an issue that I've always had, because one customer, if you don't read it at the same time, or if you estimate it, it might be low this month, and it jumps up $15, $20 the next month, and the customer they assume the same amount of water, and that's why I like an accurate read. I don't get near as many complaints as I used to get.
Well, that's good to hear. Ariel? Do you have anything? Staff has no further questions for Mr. Hensley.
Mr. Cicero?
Mr. Hensley, I do not have any questions for you. You get a free pass from me today.
Commissioner
Well,
Matthews?
if this meeting had been in Frankfurt, I was going to bring cookies down. I told Miss Matthews the last time I was going to bring cookies. Now, all the people from Alliance have tried my cooking, so, and Nancy, I kind of promised her some too, so one day I will bring you some cookies.
Okay, that sounds good.
Another victim of COVID, I guess.
Yeah, and really, I really think that we have plans. We had talked about with Alliance. They was planning on bringing in a crew to come in and do a lot of leak detecting. And with this COVID virus and stuff like that, you can't bring in a big crew from other areas at this particular time. And I think it really has a lot to do with our leak problem.
It's disrupted everything.
It really did.
Any questions, Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have any.
I have no questions. Ms. Cromer?
None, thank you.
Mr. Combo? I don't know, Mr. Combo may be just boycotting us here. Brian, can you hear me? We can't hear you. I think he may be, I think you may be able to hear us. We can't hear you. I think he just left.
He's changing his
No, there he
audio
is.
microphone.
Mr. Combo, can you hear? No, he has nothing. No, he got the signal. Okay. Okay, is there anything further, Ms. Mansell?
No, there's nothing further.
Ms. Cromer, is there anything you'd like to add at this time? Mr. Combo, anything you'd like to add? No? Yes.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I did think of something. Another one of my coworkers asked that I pass along, and that is, thanks to Mr. Miller and Mr. Sneed, the annual reports that have been sitting and waiting forever to get corrections have received corrections. So we very much appreciated their work in getting that information to us.
Thank you. Martin County's annual reports have been a subject of some concern here for more than a decade. We're happy that they've been corrected, and hopefully in the future will be filed on time. So is there anything else, Ms. Mansell?
Yes, just the post-hearing data
Okay,
request.
well, we'll see. There'll be post-hearing data requests, and when you get them, maybe there'll be an order or something in a request that'll set a reasonable time period to answer. And of course, as Mr. Cumbo knows, if there's an issue where you need more time, just to file something and statewide. And we've usually been, I think, accommodative in terms of complying with those requests. One other thing, is I guess this is probably the last hearing that we will have in this particular case, 2018-00017. We will be opening a new case whenever we get the responses to the data requests and maybe can get an order out, which will basically just be monitoring the financial and operational status of the district going forward, and will probably be requiring maybe a monthly report or something so that we can keep track of the district and assist in any way possible to help you succeed. We know the governor's office has been active in supporting the district through the Energy and Environment Cabinet and associated agencies, and we've been working with them as well. So we want to see Martin County succeed, but we know it's a difficult and a painful task going forward, not only for management, but for Ms. Cromer's clients as well, because now, unfortunately, when you spend all the money or waste it, then somewhere down the road, current customers have to pay for things that should have been paid for and maintained in the past, and that's where we probably are in terms of Martin County. But if there's nothing else, then this hearing is hereby adjourned, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.